real and they be faking it. Free speech advocate, it's on my mind, I'm saying it. I'm about to buy another gun and ain't nobody taking it. Gun toting, Bible reading, God believing, truth speaking, American. This MAGA season, Democrats committing treason. I know they think it's sweet, but you don't know who you dealing with. This for free thinkers only. You ain't got no membership. They free General Flynn out the cage, cause he innocent. Barton Roger Stone, cause the run know that he innocent. We need to kick out every single illegal immigrant. Mandatory voter ID laws we need to implement.
Sometimes you can't just tell people. Sometimes you have to show them. Where we go one, we go all.
People should not be afraid of their governments. Governments should be afraid of their people.
The American populace is facing an unconventional warfare scenario. This is information warfare.
Nice.
Yes, courtesy of Jimmy Bell. We got that cool little clip to show as an intro. So that's the one that I picked. I thought it was cool to kind of show for tonight. So thank you for that, Jimmy.
You're welcome. Thank you for playing it. Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to the Unrelenting Political Corner. Welcome back to the cage. It's going to be a fun night tonight. We got a lot to talk about this evening.
Yes, we do. And I kept it simple because I know that this topic alone is going to take maybe 2 hours. I mean, it goes into politics. It goes into history. It goes into a lot of opinions from either side of the aisle. If you're left, if you're right, if you're center, if you're neutral and you don't care, but you feel a certain way about what just happened this week, this is the right place for you right now. So I want to put the link out there soon. I want to first get Jimmy's perspective on what happened. Then I'm obviously going to give mine. You guys already know. And then I want to open it up for everybody in the chat. So get ready.
Yeah, it's we got a lot of stuff to cover. We would invite folks to come on the stage this evening. I'm hoping my buddy Joel Martz gets the time to jump on this evening. He's from, for the folks that are in the XJW community, they may recognize. What were they called? The apostates back in 16 and 17. Oh, somebody help me out here. He did a show. Oh God, the Apostate Power Hour or something like that. Anyway, I can't remember.
Maybe the Vast Apostate Hour?
Yes, thank you. He was a member of the Vast Apostate Army. And so I've been friends with him for a while, and he's got a lot of stuff that he could say. So hopefully he'll jump on tonight. I don't know if he will or not, but we got a jam-packed episode like normal. One thing we don't have is we do not have Enoch's News Blast. He's still behind. I looked today, and he was at June 11th, and I felt like it was doing a disservice to the viewers if I brought out stuff that was June 11th, even though there's some good information in there. However, it's kind of like old news now. because the news cycle is just, for lack of better words, the news cycle is going at warp speed. Okay. Something pops off, and then like 6, 7, 8 hours later, something else pops off. So it's going really, really fast right now. And because of that, I did pick up my popcorn today. I have popcorn. So whenever I need to shut my mouth, or I'm, I'll just start eating some popcorn.
Yep. Jimmy went all out tonight. Oh, let's do the show and tell, because Jimmy said on Facebook he got the popcorn and he's got the shirt and the hat. He said, I'm going all out tonight. So go ahead, Jimmy, show us your hat.
Yeah, so after having some interactions with folks this week, and they trying to tell me stuff, tell me what to believe, tell me that I know this to be true. First off, no one is allowed to dictate what I believe and what I find to be true or not. I was in an organization for 40 years that did that to me, and I will not let one individual do that to me. So because of the conversations we had, I was like, you know what? I don't give a crap. I'm going ultra MAGA tonight. So there will be wardrobe changes. And so we will start off with my first shirt that if you don't like Trump, then you probably won't like me, and I'm okay with that.
That's a nice shirt, Jimmy.
And then
but I still like you.
That's fine. That's fine. And then my first hat is Trump 2020 is still my president. So that's what I'm starting off with. And I will make my first wardrobe change when I go tell my wife goodbye, so that she'll go to work. And in 2 weeks, she will not be working third shift. She's changing jobs and she's going back to first shift. So I won't have to bounce out for about 5 minutes or so during.
Well, that's great.
Shifts. So yeah, she got a new job. So yeah, we're happy about that. Maybe get our schedules back on track.
Awesome. Well, before I say hi to everybody in the chat, I want to remind everyone about our Facebook page. So I finally made one, guys. Go on Facebook, and if you can search, it's called the Unrelenting Political Corner. We have 35 followers so far, and the goal is 100, so that we can live stream straight from Facebook, and it might be more accessible to Facebook users. I'm not sure. I don't really use Facebook that much, but I want to put it out there just in case. And, also to add another destination, get our news out there even more. I consider this channel more of like commentary, not so much like we're reporting the like actual news. Like I feel like we're more commentary, more opinionated, and just like more of like a talk show.
It's an opinion show mixed in with some historical stuff. I have folks that have, sent me messages after our shows, and there's like, wow, Jimmy, we're learning a lot from you guys. So keep it up. So folks are learning things, and they are going back and researching some of the stuff that we talk about. And I know this because people let me know that they do that. So thank you guys for, participating, going and doing your own research, looking up what we say. And again, if you find something that contradicts something that I've said or Ruby has said, please share that with us, because me personally, I'm not so hell-bent that my stance is the right way and this is the only way. No, my mind can be changed if you bring me valid information. So, but if you're bringing me talking points from the MSM, stuff that we've already debunked, I don't have time to entertain that stuff. Sorry. That's just how I feel.
Yeah, of course. All right, guys. So yeah, definitely follow the Facebook page. And I also made a group just for more private discussions. I think this page is just more for like a landing page for certain things that I want to share politically. Okay, so I'm going to scroll up all the way up to the chat. It's already on fire. So thank you guys for being really active.
Come on the stream tonight, folks. Come on the stream.
I was just about to say that. I was like, I hope more people actually join the stream because it is gonna get messy in a few minutes. Me and Jimmy already had it out on Messenger
Okay,
the
so,
other
so
night.
I wouldn't say we had it out. I would say we had a frank debate, which is healthy. I love a good debate.
Yes,
And
and that was a good one.
and the thing is that, I don't mind at all the stances that Ruby takes and she changes and everything. I don't mind that one bit because no one can accuse us of being an echo chamber.
Oh yeah, this is certain. Even with just Jimmy, it's not an echo chamber because we have disagreed so much in the last 70 something hours, the past 3 days, 4 days, that I was just like, I'm just gonna wait till Tuesday because it's just too much to type right now.
Yeah,
Like
I mean,
that's what I was saying in my head.
yeah, we're definitely not an echo, but everybody knows where we stand. So,
Right.
and that's fine. But you go look at any show on TV, and even on CNN, they have their little. I don't even know what the show's called, but they have their one token conservative on there. Or like if you're watching, Fox, if you're still watching mainstream media, but they have their one token liberal or left wing person on the panel. So, but us, yeah,
Right.
we're different.
Completely in two different worlds.
Yeah.
But somehow it works. So I just want to say hello to John Marciano, Dallas, Joe and Fran are in the chat. Jerica's in the chat. Nice to see her. Julian is here already. Leonard misses so much more. I'm so happy to see more of like your viewers too coming back to the show. Hi to Rosie, illegal immigrant. Who else is here? Chad. Hi, Chad. Jeff Windy. Joseph, JG. Okay, the gang is here. I'm recognizing everybody. Pasta Babe, Linda James is early. Nice. Justin from California. Who else? Seth. Welcome, Seth. I don't know if this is your first time here, Seth, but welcome to the Unrelenting Political Corner. I hope you enjoy the show. Jay is here. He says, at least we aren't in World War III. Well, we're gonna talk about that. I don't think we're out of the wind yet. Beverly. Hi, Beverly. I already see Joseph is backstage. He's ready. So I'm gonna bring him up as soon as we get our thoughts out.
I'm gonna go ahead and start opening my popcorn.
Go ahead, Jimmy. Start. Hi to Lisa Sands. Who else? Seth says, happiness is laughing at all politics. Well, this week I wasn't laughing. I mean, we usually do. You know what I'm saying? I don't take everything so seriously. But this week in particular, it was not a joke and it was not a laughing matter. I was like, what the heck is going on right now? I was angry, to be honest. We're going to talk about it. J-Man United, welcome to the chat. Oh, Seth is funny. San Diego is early, finally. Welcome. Okay, let's see. CJ. Hi, CJ. Okay, all right. Okay, I think I got everybody. So welcome, everybody. If anybody here is new or hasn't entered the chat yet, go right ahead and enter the chat right now because we're going to start getting into it. JG is asking you, Jimmy, is Skittle with you tonight?
Skitty? Skitty is not here yet. I'm sure she will be once she hears me open up the popcorn.
Yep.
She'll be here somewhere. Oh, and give an update. The possums are growing like crazy. I put a video out last night.
I saw it. It was so cute.
Dash and Daisy are growing like crazy. I got to upgrade their enclosure. I'll work on that tomorrow, but I got a new enclosure for them. And so I'll put them in there. So, yeah, they're doing really good. Thank God they're eating on the ground now.
Yeah, I saw that video today, actually. And, wow, they grow big. That was huge.
Yeah. There was at one time you could put them on your shoulder and you would be like, are they really even there?
It was so small.
Now you put them on your shoulder and it's like, dang, y'all. Y'all getting a little chunky.
Yeah. Oh, how cute. Oh, hi to King Tony, Thrifty. Welcome, guys. Okay. So
Did you
really
want?
quickly. Oh, go ahead. What?
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. What you gonna say?
Oh, because I mean, I was gonna bring up something like off topic slightly.
Yeah, I would
So
say, yeah, that's what I was getting. Man,
yeah,
we're thinking alike because I was like, you got something kind of soft to talk
yes,
about for like the next 10 minutes or so. And then when I get back from saying bye to
yes.
my wife, then we gonna get good.
Okay, yeah, because I did have I just wanted to like address something. It is not like that big of a deal in my opinion, but I just haven't, and I felt like this might be a good time to just quickly go over it because I received an email, and just like Jimmy receives a lot of comments about the show, we make some improvements. You know, we've taken into consideration the viewer and things like that. But I got this email, and the very last part of it made me kind of like I don't know. I'm just gonna put it out there.
All right.
So I'm not going to read the whole email, but I'm just going to say that it was to the effect of this thought process. Quote, at least attempt to present a mature, polished image to the audience, because if Jimmy didn't carry you, program is gone. And that was one sentence that I just really wanted to address. And if whoever wrote this, you know who you are, you might recognize this, but it's not a personal thing. I just wanted to kind of address it. When we do this type of show, it was never supposed to be polished or scripted or politically correct or anything like that. This was supposed to be left field. It was supposed to be out there. It was supposed to be unpopular, actually, because I know that it can be like that as someone who's new to politics and the world. So I'm not worried about maybe like how I say it or what I say. And that might be not a good thing, but to me, it doesn't, I don't like really care about that. You know what I'm saying? This is supposed to be open and free. Like you're not supposed to be thinking twice about something. That's how free I want it to be. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
comfortable.
And I like it that way because when we were doing the roundtable episodes, you know, though we had an outline of what we wanted to talk about, you know, and John went in, and if we made a mistake on something or we forgot what we were going to say, he could edit that out and he could just put it all together, and it was this nice little polished program, which was great, you know, because there was like no mistakes in there or anything like that. But when I started going live with things, aside from this, like with the big
Right.
picture episodes and just doing some of my own lives, I liked that better because I was like, you know what? At least people will get to see the authentic me. Not saying that I'm not authentic in the roundtable videos, but you should have seen us cutting up, you know, in between
Right.
takes, you know, and when we messed up, some of them are really freaking funny, but we had to edit some of our language out because of the audience that we were presenting to at the time. And so now I've gotten to the point where I would just rather go live and speak off the cuff and let people see the real us, because I wanted it to be like, me personally, I wanted to be like, if you came to my house, we're gonna sit around here and we're just gonna talk. We're gonna have a discussion. That's
Yeah.
that's what I wanted it to feel like for folks.
Right. Me too. From the very beginning, I have always been like, you might get offended. Oh, well. You know what I'm saying? Like, I never was like careful or like treading lightly when it came to this show. Like, absolutely not.
No, no.
No.
And
So,
how many times have you personally been in a group setting and everybody's talking, but you're not agreeing with what everybody's talking about? And, you know, you can either speak up and say something and then have a debate with everybody, or most people sit there and they're just like, I ain't saying shit. You know?
yes.
No, I'm just going to stay quiet. So at least here, this is why we tell folks, or we invite folks, come on the stage. I mean, if we had a call-in thing, that would be kind of cool. People could call in. But hey, we got it even better. You can come on stage. You can ask us questions, share your thoughts. Join the conversation.
Yeah, so that's why I just wanted to like bring that up, because I got this email recently, and I'm like, if you've been watching me long enough, this is something that you should know about me. So I just wanted to bring that up, right? Because when this person said, because if Jimmy didn't carry you, the program would be gone. So I just have to clarify, Jimmy or no Jimmy, the show goes on. And I will be here talking about the exact same things in the exact same way. Jimmy being here is a voluntary audition that I was blessed with. I didn't ask Jimmy to be like, oh, I need you. I need your audience or your viewers or I
No.
need your pull. Like, no. Jimmy is here just because he wants to be here. Because this started without Jimmy. So
Yeah.
let's just remember that Jimmy is just a blessing to me and to the show. But Jimmy or no Jimmy, the show would be just as crazy.
Yeah, I'll say that when you first started I thought it was a great idea. And then, I'm sitting there watching, the first couple of episodes and everything. And I was like, you know what? I've been on programs before. I know how to present stuff. I know how we can attract viewers. I wanted people to listen to this stuff. So I said, you know what? Let me go on and help her out a little bit.
Yeah.
She never asked me to come on. But then when I came on and we had the first couple of weeks, I was like, okay, I really have fun doing this because I work all week. I got so many responsibilities that I have to take care of. Tuesday night is a night that I'm not required to be anywhere else and doing something. So this allows me, this is my social time. This is my social time.
And you decided to spend it here with us.
Yeah.
This was purely, like I gave birth to this and Jimmy just came on for the ride. You know what I'm saying? So I also wanted to put that out there because the next sentence is even crazier than the first one, if you thought the first one was crazy. Because the very next sentence says, Ruby, please learn to control your ideas in the interest of the public.
Bull crap.
Yeah. Yes, I know. And listen, I appreciate this viewer, this person who emailed me. They have been emailing me for months, since the beginning of the show. So I was pretty shocked when go ahead.
I'll be right back.
Okay, we will pause right here and wait for Jimmy to come back.
Wow.
Yeah, okay. I'll bring Jimmy back up to the stage when he's here. In the meantime, I'm going to go back to the comment section. So if you haven't already, comment right now so I can say hello and include you in the conversation. But I did really love and appreciate. Oh, really quickly. Welcome to the chat and the show, Greg. This is the first time that I see you here. So I'm so glad that you are here. Let's see. I'm going to read your comments. I appreciate all of the positive ones saying how much they appreciate the show, love the authenticity. Jeff Windy is totally right here. He says, I believe Ruby gave disclaimers that her view may rattle people. Oh, yes, because I know that it will. So, yes, thank you for being observant, Jeff Windy. Okay, let's see. I'm scrolling down. Enter the chat right now. Oh, Seth. Says, I live in a 50-50 city. Political opinions are crazy extreme here. I have a blast with it. It confuses so many. Some still question my standings on issues. I love the conversation I get to have. That's nice, Seth. That's really cool that you can actually have a political discussion in person. And that's the next step for me. The step one was doing it here with you guys. I was more comfortable doing it like online where I can host and have people come on and tell me like what their opinion is. I haven't really done it in person just yet. I kind of talked to like some people in the street randomly that were outside of a library during like election season. Sometimes there's like a booth there, and that's when I was able to give an opinion publicly. But that was like the only time that I felt comfortable and I wasn't afraid to talk about politics. So yeah, and I did a story time on that too. So if anybody remembers that, I did a live about that too. Thank you, Justin. So sweet. John Marciano. JG says the chemistry between you two is golden. Whomever made the comment is jealous that your fans stick around for 3 to 4 hours. Something good is going on with this live stream. Yo, that's true. That's really true. And I appreciate that because from the very beginning, I have had countless of comments or messages saying that the stream is too long, or why is it 3 or 4 hours long, as if people have that much time to listen to. And I'm like, hey, I'm the one who's actually going live and doing the 4 hours. If I can do it, you guys are not obligated to stay the entire 4 hours. Come back later and rewatch it like a podcast or something. You know what I'm saying? We're just having fun here. But I'm so thankful for that because that's as long as I can go. I'm building up my stamina when it comes to live streaming. So who knows? In the future, more might be coming. So stay tuned. Seth says Tuesday used to be the meeting night. Oh, gosh. Oh, Lord. Well, now you come to the unrelenting political corner. Aw, Thrifty says, Jimmy and Ruby are like salt and pepper. You need both to season your food. They are different, but both important. Oh, that's so sweet. I love that, though. And I have truly been blessed with somebody like Jimmy. I don't think I could, like, replace a Jimmy. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no way. So I'm thankful that he is here with us every Tuesday. Thank you, Dallas. Who else? Oh, Thrifty. Steen says, this is your place where you don't have to mind what you say. Exactly. And that's why from day number 1, I wanted that already like said and done so that we don't have to do this, what I'm doing. You know what I'm saying? But I still want to address it just in case people need a friendly reminder that this is a very open place to talk about politics. Yay, Jimmy's back.
Notice anything different?
Yes. Let's see it. Let's see the new shirt.
All right, so the new shirt says Trump 2020, F your feelings.
Yep.
And this one says Trump 2020, no more bullshit.
Nice, Jimmy. You got a whole Trump wardrobe or something?
Yeah, I ain't done yet.
Yeah.
I told you I was going ultra MAGA tonight.
Yep. Truly.
So, and to address the comment, I guess you could consider this part of the outfit dark MAGA.
Oh, okay. I like it. Just want to say hi and thank you to Jelu70. She says, or this person says, I love your show. If I missed the live, I make sure to watch later. Oh, nice. Okay, I'm caught up on the comments. So yeah, Jimmy, right before you left, I read that last sentence, and I gotta say, that was the most surprising comment that I have ever seen, that I need to control my ideas. And I think that was the biggest red flag. If anybody ever tells you that, that is a red flag.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you've said some things on here that make me go, oh, God, I can't believe that. Oh, hold on. How am I going to help her out of the hole on this one? But I'm like, you know what? At least you're being authentic. And just because you express, just like with me, just because we express our opinion on something doesn't mean that we're trying to force you to believe it.
Right. And I know that people are going to feel like what you just said. when it comes to the things I say. But in my opinion, I'm saying the truth how I see it and how I hear it. My perception.
As of right now, with the information you have.
Yeah, exactly.
Same with me.
Exactly. So for me, it's not that big of a deal to me. It's not something that I would be like, oh my gosh, like it would not make me like that. But I know that it might be.
Well, without some controversial comments, the ratings would go down.
Maybe, but I mean, I thought it would be the opposite, that people would drag me or kind of cancel me or whatever. I mean, and it has happened, but to me, it's more important for me to do this here, live, right here, right now, and say the truth about everything. And if I change my stance, I say it. You know what I'm saying? So it's open. It's free. There's no control of any thoughts or no, that doesn't exist at all. I'm an advocate of free speech, and that's what free speech really means.
Yeah, that's why I made the comment I did a little while ago about the little interaction I had with somebody this week when we were talking about something, and then they tried to put their point in, and when they put their point in, then they said, "Oh, Jimmy, you know this to be true." No, the F I don't. No, not according to the stuff that I've looked at, that I've researched, and it's just funny to me that a lot of times when people try to prove a point to me, they'll use an MSM article or a video, and I'm like, "Did you look at the source?" And they're like, "Well, the source doesn't matter." Yeah, it does.
Right.
So,
this is an interesting comment. Welcome to the chat, Lance. He says, well, the first comment, he says, I watch, I look, and I listen. And then this one, he says, I'm only 14, but I should start learning.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Yeah, that's pretty young to be watching.
Okay,
me.
so maybe I'll make sure that I'll cut down on my cuss words in respect to the 14-year-old.
Yeah.
I had
no letting us know.
Yeah, I had no clue that we had somebody that young watching us. Well, you're going to like tonight's episode because we got some history in it.
Yeah, I think that's really cool that there's teenagers up in here.
That's cool.
I know, right? That's kind of threw me for a loop for a second.
Yeah.
But hey, I feel like my mentality is that young when it comes to politics because we were not educated like that before. This is
That's
the very
fair.
first. This is like one of the first moments of my life that I took politics seriously, that I actually voted, that I actually got involved, so I might be with Lance mentally, politically, mentally.
Yeah.
So that's really cool. All right. So we're gonna get right into it. I can bring Joseph up to the stage. But
should we go ahead and play our intro? Because I think we're getting into it earlier tonight than we did last week, about 7 minutes.
But it's still political though. It's not
not conspiracy. Okay. All right, you're fair. That's okay. That's right. Okay.
Oh yeah, we still gotta talk about the question at hand. Do you agree or disagree with Trump bombing Iran?
I'm getting a little ahead of myself. That's okay.
Hey, you're excited tonight. I know.
Oh, I'm wound up tonight.
Nice. Seth says our first time voting too, but not my first opinions. Oh wow, Seth, that's cool. If you want to join, Seth, please hit the link. Hit that link and join us on the stage. I am very curious if you are open enough to talk about your voting stances or if you are registered. Okay, but really quickly, I want to play a clip of the kind of the memes that are going on the internet right now when it comes to Trump and Netanyahu. Is that how you pronounce his name?
Just call him BB.
BB. Okay.
Yes, Netanyahu.
Netanyahu. Okay, so watch this clip. It's hilarious.
Get this through your head, Get this through your head, you Jew motherfucker, you. You only exist out here because of me. That's the only reason. Without me, you personally, every fucking wise guy still around, I'll take a piece of your fucking Jew ass. Then where you gonna go? Your fucking warrant don't ever go over my fucking head again. You motherfucker, you.
Damn.
Yep, I am so sorry because we just said about the cursing and I totally forgot that this one had it. So sorry. But it was funny.
I'm sure you got several reels that we could play. Just play several just on this topic, and then we'll discuss them all because we got a lot.
Yep, here goes one more.
I think I've seen this one.
I'm on the streets of America where Gen Z males are being drafted into the US Army to fight in the upcoming war against Iran.
This sissy generation don't know which damn bathroom to use, but by God, they'll know which trench to die in.
Come on, son, it's time for us to all go sacrifice ourselves for Israel. While we stay here and keep running the banks, these brave sons of America are gonna fight for us. I need my emotional support, Faith, bro.
I'm actually exempt because my dad's a congressman, but like, I support the troops from the Hamptons.
Wait, there's no Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi, what's the password? They didn't even let me bring my trauma journal. This is fascism. Actually, it's they/them, Sergeant. Please respect my pronouns.
I don't want my children to die for Israel.
Do not be selfish. Your children will go to war for my people.
Keep going.
Those were the two that I have that I wanted to show. I'm gonna check my DMs right now to see if you sent me anything.
Oh yeah, I sent you more.
Let me see. You sent me the podcast. You sent me a 6-minute video of what some guy explaining what Trump is doing. The unbelievable is happening, it says. Trump is cutting America free from Israel. But before I share that,
yeah, there's some shorter ones. Go over to Facebook Messenger.
Okay, let's see.
Our thread on Facebook Messenger.
Got it.
And play the latest one I sent you.
Okay, got you. All right, everybody, we're gonna be.
Wait, who's pulling in my driveway?
Uh-oh.
Who the hell's pulling in my driveway? All right,
You
hang
gotta
on.
go for a minute.
I don't even know. Let me grab my gun real quick. Hang on.
Yeah,
All
there
right.
you go, Jimmy.
So we'll wait for Jimmy to come back. Welcome to the state. Uh-oh. Welcome, Joseph.
Well, welcome. I enjoy the show very much. You and Jimmy do have a lot of charisma together, and I like the two different difference between you and Jimmy, especially you as street smart New York girl, Puerto Rican girl from New York City, and Jimmy from North Carolina, country guy.
Yep. Yeah. Well, thank you, Joseph.
Thank you, Joseph.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So sweet.
It's one of the most exciting shows that you do have here, a live show that anyone could participate in, and it's open to anybody, and all comments are acceptable within reason.
Yes, exactly. So Jimmy sent me this on Facebook. This is the most recent one he sent.
Oh,
Let's
wait.
watch.
Hopefully it's the one I wanted you to see.
It says.
What does it say?
It says this is the Truth Movement Cartel.
Oh, no, not that one yet. Go to the next one. Sorry.
Okay, the next one. Let's see.
We can play that one a little later.
Oh, is it the rap song?
It's that one. And There was one right before it too. The little songs. They're funny.
Okay, let's see.
You'll make America great again. Let's build it. ICE agents, baby. MAGA ICE agents, baby. Illegal stop. Turn around and listen. Trump is back and I'll put you in prison for crossing the border this time. Charging all illegals while the liberals whine. Will I ever stop? Hell no. Lock them all up and send them home. To all the Democrats, I hope you're listening this time. Harboring illegal is a federal crime. Cash will be confirmed real soon. Investigating all you do, nothing but fools. Elon is triggering snowflakes, exposing all the money that USA takes. Bondi Hague says Tulsi on the way. The Democrats are done because my staff don't play. Illegals try and cross my borders, all will solve it. Fuck around and find out when my VP resolves it. Yeah. MAGA ICE agents, baby. Yeah. MAGA ICE agents, baby. Yeah. MAGA ICE agents, baby. Yeah. Now the Democrats are freaking, cause the lies of DEI, all the fraud I'm leaking. Quick to file them all, they're shaking. I'm locking dams up for the laws they're breaking. Genders, this is still only do. Men are not allowed in a female's bathroom. Crazy that this had to be a law. Hunter might be fun, but not the paper straw. Plastic is coming back real soon. Ukraine where's all the money that Sleepy Joe sent you. TDS is on the new high, watching all the lips cry. Should I stop? Nah, I just wave high watching all the snowflakes melt while I help America try to tighten its belt. The Dems don't want to play ball, so I continue to RFK. Eat more healthy, all guys is strict. Don't worry, I got you. Pelosi and Schumer can no longer haunt you. Freedom! Let's try this one more time. Me with the truth while the Democrats lie. Ready for the impeachment they'll try. Can promise one thing, AOC is going to cry. If there is a problem, I promise I'll solve it. America is back and I'm just getting started. Yeah. MAGA ICE agents, baby. Yeah. Yo, man, let's make America great again. Word to Ilhan's brother.
I had to. Oh, and since then, tonight it was announced that 11 Iranian illegal immigrants or whatever, they were arrested by ICE today. So
Really?
I put that story out on my Facebook page.
Do you remember what state that was in?
Oh, God, no. I can't remember what state it was in. But yeah, I put it on my Facebook page.
Okay, so let's head over there real quick. Here is Jimmy's Facebook page. You changed your header again.
Oh, yeah.
And it looks like this now. The media with their faces all shocked like that.
Well,
oh, you shared my thing.
Of course I did. That was a J6 thing. I think that was what the Iranians did to us before. That's that. There it is right there.
Okay, so it says ICE arrests 11 Iranian nationals in 48 hours. Okay. Okay. U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement arrested 11 Iranian nationals illegally in the United States over the weekend. ICE also arrested a U.S. citizen who threatened to kill ICE law enforcement while harboring an illegal alien from Iran. The weekend arrests reflected the DHS commitment to keeping known and suspected terrorists out of American communities. Oh, but it doesn't say what state.
Yeah, the story went on, but I just clipped the first paragraph, screenshot the first paragraph. Again, somebody wants to look into it, they can go dig it up and find it.
Okay, cool. That's interesting.
So go find the clip right before the one you just played with the Ice Baby. The ones in the older generation will know this song.
Is that the next one that?
Yeah, the MAGA one you play. Yeah, go to our messenger. Go to our messages.
Yeah, I got it. Is this it?
No.
No?
Not yet. I don't want to play that one yet.
But that's the only song is it this? No, this is Iran before 1979.
Okay, we want to play that, but not now. Not that one.
Okay, keep going up. Trump with a helicopter?
No.
Oh, that's when he dropped the F-bomb, right?
Yeah, there's supposed to be one that's got Bomberan. It's a song. Oh, it's on my Facebook page.
Oh, okay, because I'm like, you did not send me that.
I thought I sent it. I think I tried to send it to you. Yeah, go to my Facebook page.
Okay, we're back here.
This is it's just funny to me. All right, sorry.
All right, keep going though.
You should see an airplane or something right there.
Bum 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 Iran. Bum 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 Iran. Gonna throw some rocks. Tell the Ayatollah gonna put you in a box. Country's got a feeling really it's the ceiling. Old Uncle Sam's getting pretty hot. Time to turn Iran into a parking lot.
Okay, and San Diego sent me something on Discord too, so I just found it. Let's see what this is.
Were you familiar with that song, Ruby?
I recognize the melody, but I just don't know what the
I
song
ordered
is.
200 hand-forged knives to my dorm room and built a Wix website to sell them.
Oh,
okay. So that is the song that was used for that video. So yeah, we're gonna talk about this.
Let's get into it.
Yes, welcome Del Rio Love. She says, I just joined. Where does Ruby stand with Trump? It's a different day. Oh, you know what? I was so glad that I made that announcement last was it last Tuesday when I said I was kind of
Yes, it
Yeah.
was last week.
I got it written down. June 16th.
Yeah, it's burned into my conscience.
Yeah, I'm so glad that I did that because I ugh, it sucks for me. I don't even know how to explain it the right way because it sucks. I was really upset. Felt betrayed almost. I was expecting Trump to not do what he did. So I don't it's hard. Del Real says, why? Del Real, hit the link and join us on the stage if you want to explain to me what is it? Is it like why I don't support him anymore, or like what is it? Is it disapproval? I don't know, Del Real, because for me it's 100% disapproval of what Trump just did. And you see this comment here, Fighter of Truth, welcome to the chat. Oh no, this wasn't it. It was actually earlier. Dang it, where did the because Fighter of Truth said that BB wanted to do this since
1986.
something. Yeah, something like that. Either 90 or 80. And I can't find the comment now. So sorry, but I saw it for a split second. And I kind of agreed with that comment because like I told Jimmy, how many years has the media been saying for as long as I've been alive, and maybe even longer than that, since before I was born, that Iran had nuclear ambitions or nukes or whatever the case that they claim. Okay, 1996. Yeah, for as long as I've been alive, they have been claiming that this was the reason why we needed to put a lid on it or take control of it or prevent them from developing one. So my question would be to you guys in the chat and to Jimmy or Joseph, whoever wants to answer that question, which is this, because it's a loaded one. Because for one, we can all agree that we don't trust the media. We don't trust the narrative that the mainstream media gives us. So when I'm hearing that narrative, number one, I don't believe it. And then number two, I felt that it was just an excuse to get involved into something that we should have no business getting involved in. And if you've been watching me long enough, you guys already know that I am like an isolationist. I am America first. I'm anti-war. But then I was also was it strength. What was it that Trump said 2 weeks ago? He said peace through peace through strength.
Yes.
And I was agreeing a little bit more with that, but I did not mean it to be what we just saw. Because a lot of people are saying that this was supposed to be done, or like the approval of what was done was really high, and I was really shocked by that, because I was like, why are so many people agreeing that America should once again get involved in the politics or the government of a Middle Eastern country when we already know what happened last time? Or did we not learn our lesson with that they would take any excuse to roll up in there, either take what they want or bomb whatever they want, and they just use this as an excuse?
Ruby, that was last time. That's past history.
What I'll say in regards to what Joseph just said, yeah, it was last time. Yeah, it was past history. However, the timelines have changed. This situation is not the same situation as Iraq or Afghanistan. It's not the same situation. It's different, and we're going to talk about that tonight.
Okay. I'm interested. Welcome to the stage, Doreen. Thank you for hopping on.
And in the comments, I saw that Dallas said that he's very well aware of Iran pre-1979. Dallas, if you want to come on the show this evening, please hit the link. Come on and share it, because we are going to play some clips about that as well. Because, Ruby, yeah, this is totally different than the other other situations.
Okay, I'm gonna be all ears in about a minute. I just want to give Doreen some time to make a comment. Go ahead, Doreen. Thank you for joining.
I love you guys. Haven't
Love
been
you
on in a
too.
while. Yeah, this is a lot. This is like a loaded. So it's a lot. Okay, I'm gonna go off biblical perspective. Okay, you know me, I'm a believer. So a lot of this is coming from Ezekiel 38:39. I mean, if you guys read the Bible, it's talking about, how the North, remember, we were witnesses. They would talk about the North. They were still unsure about, okay, is it Russia or not? And yeah, I believe it is. I really believe it is. And then the only last thing they're talking about that's still pending is Persia, how Persia is supposed to get involved in that. So this is just my thinking. I may be wrong. This is just my perspective. And you guys tell me, and you guys put comments. I want to see what you guys think. My thing is like, okay, yeah, they say he is not the perfect president. I get it. Okay, yeah, he's got all these things. They're saying he's a criminal. Hey, what about King David? What did he do? Didn't God use him? Yeah, he did. So that's my logic. You know what? God's going to use anybody in that power, and he's going to put them on a pedestal and say, yeah, I'm going to let this person take charge and handle business. So, I mean, that's just my opinion. I don't know. Maybe I'd be wrong, but I'm just reading the scriptures, and I don't know. What do you guys think?
Well, you go according to the scripture, however you feel about that. He also used King Cyrus to fulfill his will, according to scripture. Who wasn't even Israeli or Jewish or anything like that. He was a hardcore king. So he used him.
And you know what? The other day I typed up, I wanted to know, okay, how many times was God involved in wars? And he took over. And there was a lot of manipulation. Like it even says, like going back to 38 of Ezekiel, it talks about how he's going to cause confusion and that they're going to start hitting their own guys. So, I mean, and then you got to remember, well, of course, us as Jehovah's Witnesses, we were the chosen people. Okay. Well, that's not true. If you read the Bible, the Jews are the chosen people. That's what I believe. And that's what my pastor teaches, because it made so much sense. It makes so much sense when you read the Bible and it narrows it down. Yeah, at a point in time when
Mhm.
he comes back, he's going to make that decision. Say, hey, do you guys want to go ahead and join me or not? I'm here. I mean, I
But
don't
I
know.
think that's another. But I think that is problematic because the Jews will say that as well, that they are the chosen people, and that this is almost like a right for them to go ahead and do this because they believe that they're chosen.
Mhm.
But to the rest of the world, or maybe to us, what if we don't agree with that? That they are not the chosen people, so their beefs with their neighboring countries has nothing to do with us.
Mhm.
Yeah,
So
well, see,
But
so the whole, I put a post out on my Facebook page that I was getting really tired of hearing that the Jews are God's chosen people. That only because it reminded me of Watchtower saying, "Hey, we are God's chosen people, and only us are going to live forever on paradise." Okay,
Right.
well, if that's the case, who's lying?
Mhm.
You know, and if we, I don't want to get into scripture too much, but because we know how I feel about
Yeah,
that,
yeah, I know.
but we'll just take it for what it's worth. When the Jews rejected Jesus, didn't they lose God's favor?
Yeah.
Didn't the Jewish nation lose God's favor when they rejected Jesus?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Didn't he open it up to other people?
Yes.
Yeah, the Gentiles.
Yeah. So right there is a starting point to say, wait a second, y'all may have been, but you aren't anymore. And then we play on top of that the fact that the current Israeli government is not even Jewish. They're Khazarian. They're European born. Look at the history of Netanyahu and some of his men. That Ben Gurion, the guy that started the state of Israel, whatever. I think he was born in Poland. So they're not even. And then there's a scripture that says, some of you will say you're Jews, but you are not. I don't know what scripture it is, but it just reminds me that, and I try so hard to get people to look into this, because when we talk about Israel and supporting Israel, okay, I support the Jewish people. Okay. But I do not support the deep state Israeli Khazarian government. There is a difference there.
Yeah, and I think that their government is no different than the Islamic ones that they consider to be extremists. I think they're just, the left hand and the right hand, but it's the same thing. Both can be said about both, which is why, as an isolationist, I would say it's none of our business to be getting involved into foreign affairs or having allies. Like, what is that? uh I think we should be standing alone, and we can do so. I mean, Israel wouldn't be able to do what they did if it wasn't for us. So that's where it kind of gets it might be a little bit of like guilt, because if we didn't support them or fund them, just like with every other organization that hurt other people or did harm to other groups of people, we like, it would have never happened in the first place. But we are supporting this government because they are allies, and yet this is what they're doing with those weapons, with that money, with all of the support of America.
I think one of the things that people really need to look at, not only we call the deep state, the Israeli government deep state, but you got to look at what has been our government, and since 1871. The government we've had since then has not been representing us, the people. They have been representing their own interest and pushing for their own system. And so they're going to support, and that we talked about this, they branched out with their central banks and things like that. So to control these other nations, to have them in line with the way that the deep state operatives were working in the United States, there's corruption, there's blackmail, there's bribery to get these people on board to do what they want to do. And unfortunately, you got several different groups within that deep state globalist organization. Yeah. But here's the thing. A lot of them are on the same damn team. So when I talk about the deep state, the Islamic Revolution, their same goal is the same goal as the Khazarian Israeli government. Destabilization, chaos, if they have to pretend that they're fighting one another, to create that chaos, to, bring in a solution, reaction, solution, problem, however that formula goes. But they work together. It's like criminals. Criminals, they'll hate each other, but they'll work together to pull off a big job.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's what people have a hard time wrapping their heads around.
So you think that Iran is a legitimate threat to us?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
The
yeah,
people,
ever since
yes.
well, they came into existence, this theocracy, in 1979.
Yep.
And ever since they have been in existence, they said death to Israel, death to the great Satan, America.
Right.
And they've been doing that for all these years, for some 45 years or more. And we had presidents like Clinton. He had the chance to actually bomb them, but he didn't do it.
Yeah, and if we go back to 1979, look at how that all started. Okay, remember a couple of weeks ago, we talked about the color revolution and what that was.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what took place with the overthrow of the Shah and the installation of the Islamic Republic. All right.
Right.
All right. So then they stormed our embassy, which me and Ruby talked about this in our chat. She's like, why are there embassies? That's a whole nother subject. But yeah, they stormed the U.S. embassy and took 51 American hostages and held them for like 400 days, y'all? I can't remember. I think it was a while. Hello.
Oh, it was a long time, Jimmy. It was like 300 days.
Yeah. So they took the hostages, and it wasn't until Reagan had his inauguration that the Iranians released the hostages, because Reagan was going to go in and take care of them.
Yes, they were afraid of him.
Yes, but then you had the assassination attempt on Reagan's life, and Reagan was going to go after the deep state head on. He was going to do that, but because of the assassination attempt and some other things that took place, he kind of capitulated to the deep state and just did enough to make it look like he was he was a great president, but he was compromised, in my opinion.
Well, also, he was cognitively compromised through that operation.
Correct. So, who came on the screen?
I want to welcome Jose Cantu to the stage. Just unmute yourself and you can make a comment. Go ahead.
Hello, yeah, my name is Jose Cantu. I'm from America, and I'm neutral, man. I don't really like. I'm not for war. I will never join the military. I never will. I don't plan on ever doing it. And if I ever get drafted, I'm probably leaving the country, because bullets and me just don't go together. But my thing is this: when Israel was at war with a bunch of civilians with weapons in tunnels called Hamas, they were so happily obliterating these people. Now that they are at war with a nation who has a similar military to them, because Israel is a power nation. Israel is a power nation equivalent to Iran. Now they want us to help them. Like, why? Is it because I don't get that. Like, you were so happy making all these videos, killing these civilians with weapons. Now that you have to face a real military, now you want America to come in. Like, you should have the same energy against these people, Why now? Why now that you actually have a military to go against, do you want America to back you, Because I'm understanding that Israel has never backed up America, but they have destroyed one of our ships,
Yeah, the USS Liberty.
Yeah, so that to me as an American, it just makes no sense. Like, You're telling me you're a big bully on the block, but now the other bully is bullying you back. Now you need us to bully that bully for you. Wait a minute, aren't you the big bully over there? You know, like it's just not fair. Now we're gonna have American soldiers die over there. You know, there's gonna be soldiers dead over there. You know, of American soldiers. You know that. I mean, to me, it shouldn't happen. You know, it's not our battle. You know, like it is clear that it's these Israelis want these wars happening over there. You know, and that is just how I feel about it. You know, how I see it as an American civilian. You know,
And there's a lot
and
of thank you, Jose, for that comment. There's a lot of people that feel the same way you do. I get that. Um, but does anybody have any documentation or any evidence to say that Israel asked Trump to do what he did?
No,
I
just the fact that he took $230 million from APAC.
there you go. That money
okay,
makes a
that's
big movement.
okay. All right. Yeah, I have a comment about that.
And come on, man. We know. I mean, we know that us as Americans, we know that Trump just did that because Israel needed help. Like, come on now. Like, let's not play the bush.
Right.
You know.
I agree.
I
Yeah, let's
disagree
not.
with that. I disagree with that.
Our flag is red, white, and blue, man. Like we are supposed to stand for liberty, and now we
Right.
are oppressing a people because these other people want to be, don't feel safe over there. You know, to a land that they
Who?
claim.
Okay. So let me ask you this: who are we oppressing?
We besides us blocking off sending ships to block off Palestine and Gaza, we are now going to oppress the Iranian people because the Israelis can't handle that war by themselves.
Okay. Why do you think? I mean, because there's been no evidence of that.
What do you mean? What news or what? Where are you? You wearing a Trump?
I'm asking.
Are you
Where's the?
American?
Yes, I am American.
Then we are
Where?
you Jewish?
Hold on. Listen.
Are you a Jew?
No, I'm not Jewish.
So then, me and you as Americans, me and you would run into battle wearing that red, white, and blue flag on our shoulder. You should see what I see.
Well, not necessarily. I don't have to see what you see. I
See,
can see
then to
I can
me,
see through a different lens.
you sound like those paid people who are paid to lie on
No,
the Americans to
no,
protect the Israelis.
no. I've asked you. Who is the United States military oppressing in Iran right now?
No one.
We
No
literally
one.
just blew up. We literally blew up facilities so that Israel could have the upper hand.
Okay, so
Hey,
we
the
blew up.
former one.
So we blew up
We blew up three
facilities.
of them.
Okay, we blew up facilities that were doing what? What were they doing there?
They were creating systems so that those people could defend themselves, just like
Oh
Israel did
no,
the
they
same.
No,
weren't.
no, no,
No,
Yes,
no,
no,
yes, yes.
no.
If
Disagree.
no.
America, those people over there have said it many times. If America doesn't get involved, they will leave us alone. But
That's
we
not
have to
true.
go.
Not
We
Nope.
have to
true.
go. We have to go and put our hand on Israeli shoulders and help them get the win. And that is the truth.
Yes.
Oh
So
my.
are you saying that the Iranian Islamic government had no ambition of a nuclear weapon?
No one is saying that they didn't have an ambition, but no one is saying that they were going to that they were intentionally wanting to use it on Americans.
Exactly. Thank
Wait,
you,
wait,
Jose.
wait, wait.
So
Did
why
Ruby
would
pay
they be
Jose to
saying,
come on right now?
why would they be saying death to America all the time?
Because
Exactly.
of the way we oppress the Arabian people.
No,
Yes.
Oh
they
my
they
Okay,
heavens.
they
so let's
ever since they
so
came
just for
into
that,
No.
existence, they've been
Ruby,
saying.
go to our. Let's see what the crown prince of he's the son of the Shah. Let's find that clip real quick. It's on my Facebook page. I posted it last night, and we need to hear from
No,
the crown
I
prince.
don't want to. I don't want to listen to any chopped up videos for
No,
propaganda. You
it's not a
know,
chopped up video. It's
I want to go on what us American people legitimately know. You know, like what we
let's go to that
legitimately know.
video.
Like
Let's go to that
us
video.
as the civilians.
Can I address to Jose for a minute?
Yeah, you can.
Do you not remember when they captured a whole bunch of Americans and beheaded Jordan, who was an American journalist, on live TV?
Yes.
I watched the whole thing.
You're talking about ISIS?
I'm talking about the Iranians with Ayatollah. They hate America. They're even jumping around saying death to America now.
Yeah, but how do we know those journalists weren't over there as spies?
Because they weren't. The journalists go everywhere in the world.
Exactly. And haven't you noticed that everywhere journalists go, like evil things happen? Have you not paid attention?
Yes, I
I
agree with
disagree
you,
with that.
Jose. And
Sorry.
this is
Disagree with
this
that.
is a very great
Excuse me.
discussion.
This is not about war. Trump
We are
wants
No, I'm
peace.
talking. We are
He
talking.
wants peace. He didn't bomb the cargo ships. He didn't bomb their food supply.
Hospitals.
He bombed the
Okay,
nuclear
so look at this.
websites
So
so
how
they
about this?
wouldn't kill
So
other
let's
people.
take it on another view then. Let's about Israel and Iran, right? How about
Yeah.
this? Why? Let me see. How can I word this for you guys? How do I say? How? Okay, for instance, why are we backing up Ukraine?
We're really not. Trump's kind of staying out of it.
Yeah, but no. Listen, but 3-4 years ago, America was sending
I
trillions
can
and
answer
billions.
that. I can answer that.
Yeah, hold on. Wait,
Biden's
listen.
doing it.
We're sending billions and billions of dollars to Ukraine. Why? So that the Russia does not get close to the United Kingdom. It's that simple. It's the same thing that's going on with Iran and Israel. We are back. We are blowing up Iran's facilities so that we could keep Israel safe. It's the same thing. It's still Americans having to put their necks out so that the chickens can keep their neck.
Do you know how many lone wolves from? You know how many Iranian lone wolves are here? They just arrested 740 of them. There's 1,700 lone wolf
Yeah, but
Iranians
you
in this
gotta
country.
understand that that's probably like it's just like look at ICE. ICE is arresting a bunch of civilians that are Mexicans that are actually born here. I mean, it could just go off. You say, she say. You know what I mean? Off your looks.
Not true.
You know? Come on. So like, I'm an American, and I see it just plainly,
Oh,
just plain
really?
simple.
Fake news. Fake news.
Did you hear the news yesterday?
Well,
I don't have no fake news.
From Mexico cartel.
I'm just gonna interrupt right here because this is it's a great conversation, but I don't want it to turn into a debate because we do not have a
that's what it's turning
structure for
into.
a debate to
Yeah.
Let's not-
kindly and
let's-
fairly give it.
Yeah,
So
I'm just stating facts. You know, I'm always going to choose America over anything. You know what I mean? So, but I'm
Yes,
just
me
stating
too.
facts. Like, you know, my soldiers, my fellow Americans are going to go die now because Israel does not feel safe because these
Jose,
Iranians.
I can appreciate not wanting to go to fight in a war in this situation. You know, Iraq, Afghanistan. Yeah, the United States soldiers should not have been involved in those. Should not have been involved in Vietnam.
But why
But
did we go? Why did we go to the
that's
Middle
where
East?
I'm getting ready to explain to you.
All right.
You gotta, and you might have to go back and watch some of our shows, especially when I talked about the 16-year plan.
Yeah, this is the first time I see you guys. I'll check out your old ones.
Yeah.
Your
So
old
yeah,
videos.
go watch the 16-year plan because we talked about who actually has been pulling the strings in America and around the world. It hasn't been a government that's been for the people. It has been a shadow government that has been running the United States for a very long time. They have been putting their banking systems in other countries to basically enslave them, to have them do what they want them to do.
Yeah.
And so our government has been installed to harm us.
Hey,
The
brother.
deep-
Hey, and all these people who are running this secret government, if you were to look at their last name, how would their last name look? Very Jewish, huh?
Well, that's the thing. That's what the other point that I've made before is the fact that the Israeli government. I do not. How many times do I have to say this? I do not support the Israeli government.
Yeah,
Because
and
I view the Israeli government as an offshoot of the deep state government that's been running
hey, brother,
UK.
have you seen that picture of? Think about this, man. Think about we're living in ancient times, right? Let's say this, right? We're living during gladiator era, all this stuff, and you see your ruler pull out a chair so that another ruler could sit on his chair. Have you seen that picture of Trump and Netanyahu?
Yes, I've seen
Bro,
it. Yeah.
brothers.
Fake picture.
See,
No,
there's
that is true. It is a real picture. Think about how. Imagine me and you being Roman soldiers, man, and we see Caesar give a chair to a foreign diplomat or a foreign
Yeah.
leader.
Yeah,
Like
I get
what
it,
is
Jose.
like you get me right? Like I am a true American, man, and I know, and I'm afraid of bullets. I hope I never have to, but I have that patriot in me. You know what I mean? Like
Yes.
this is
I have
red,
a
white, and
question for
blue.
you. I have a question for you, Jose.
Uh-huh.
So you said before, like, you don't really get into politics, but have you ever heard of the America First movement?
I have heard of it, but I really don't know what they. I haven't seen them like how do I say parade themselves or anything like that. So I really don't know how they move. You know.
Okay, because that's exactly everything that you just stated. That is America First. And I agree wholeheartedly 100% with it. And with
Mhm.
all of it's called the great noticing. People are finally waking up to the fact of how and why Israel is involved in our politics through the APAC, through the different lobby groups that they have. Even some of our politicians have dual citizenship for some reason.
The
That's
majority of
another
them do.
problem.
Yeah, that does not make sense to me. It does not make sense to me how in 1947, a piece of land was given to these people, and now they are governing us. Like that makes no sense. Like we freed these people, and now you're telling our soldiers what to do, or our government what to do. It does. It just does not make sense to me. You know, like
All I'll say, Jose, is there's a lot of history
Yep.
that you're missing in this,
Yes,
and
I know.
that's that. I mean, no disrespect when I say
No,
that.
I know, brother. And as Americans, maybe we could later on speak on it so we could understand clearly, because this nation that our founding fathers um established here in the Americas, even though our history might be terrible and tough, but at the end of it, their vision came true and is being destroyed because we are fighting for trying to defend another nation. You know.
I cannot agree with you more on that.
Yep.
Okay. And so what we have to understand is we got to go back and see, why is this stuff happening? How did it happen? What systems were put in place to allow this to happen? And that's what we've talked about many times on this show. And I know with me, I try to bring and that's the reason why I wanted to play the clip of what the Crown Prince said. And then I wanted to play that clip of pre-1979, because when we're talking about Iran, it was a different country before. It was and so what changed? What changed?
It had democracy. It was run by democracy, wasn't it?
It was. Yeah. They had. Ruby, are you there? Or are you offline?
She's not
She's
saying
probably
anything.
offline.
Okay, so I can't pull the 1979 thing, but I want to go into the history of this, because a lot of folks are missing the point on why these things are taking place. And when it comes to Trump and what he's doing right now, I know some folks are going to disagree with this, but we've all heard the saying, keep your friends close
And your enemies.
your enemies closer.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I'm back. You wanted to
Okay.
see that clip?
Yeah, I want to play the 1979 clip, and then I want to play the clip of the Crown Prince saying what he said, and then we'll have a discussion.
Okay, I have this one already ready. So
Okay, so go ahead and do the Crown Prince, and then we'll do the 1979.
Okay.
My fellow compatriots, our beloved Iran has been dragged into a devastating conflict, the architect of which is none other than Ali Khamenei and his corrupt, destructive faction. He has driven our nation's economy to the brink of collapse, plundered our national infrastructure and resources,
Kind of sounds like that
squandered the
Hitler
nation's
speech.
wealth on developing nuclear weapons, shattered Iran's security, and stolen the sovereignty of the Iranian people. This regime is defeated, teetering on the edge of collapse, and must not be allowed to continue. The time has come to end this ruin and begin a new era for Iran. This is a new dawn for Iran's lion and son. Ladies and gentlemen, over the past few days, I have spoken with people across Iran from every walk of life. An officer in the armed forces, a mother fleeing Tehran, a factory worker from Tabriz, a young woman, activist for the Women Life Freedom Movement. Voices represent a nation embattled but resilient, that is not asking for its freedom. It is fighting for it. From the 1999 student protests to the Green Movement, to the 2017 Dema and 2019 Abanma uprisings, thousands of Iranians have given their lives in the fight for Iran's liberation. Today, millions of my brave compatriots continue the fight. One of their stories moved me deeply. In September 2022, Jawad Haidari was murdered protesting the Islamic Republic's killing of Mahsa Amini. His sister has continued his fight. She's one of the hundreds of activists the regime has arrested and harassed in recent days. When security forces raided her home, she cried out, "Oh God, where shall we go? Where shall we go to flee from your tyranny?" One by one, her neighbors began to respond to her. "We're not going anywhere. They," meaning the regime, "are the ones who've got to go."
Okay, so that's
Was
the
that it?
clip.
But
Okay.
but was that when they were changing to Sharia law?
No, that was the Crown Prince who spoke a couple of days ago. That was him just a couple of days ago.
Oh, they want to end the Sharia law, huh?
Yeah, they don't. Okay, so let's go to the 1979 clip.
Huh?
And look at what Iran was like before the Islamic Republic took over.
But this was Iran, the same Iran we now associate with headscarves, morality police, and strict religious laws. It's the 1970s, Tehran. Women walked the streets without hijabs. They wore skirts, went to work, studied in universities.
Oh yeah,
there were
I've seen
open
those
beaches,
videos, man.
movie
The way I
theaters.
see it, like they were very slutty. Those women, they were
Okay,
alcoholic and they did drugs in the streets. And they wear skirts and they showed their breasts and they were nasty women. They did
Yeah,
not
just
cover
like
themselves.
just like America right now, right,
All
Jose?
Yeah, like America
So-
right now.
So
They were full. I ran at those times with photos homosexuals as well, and you know, think
let's-
Just
about
like
it.
America, right, Jose?
Homo, yeah, exactly. And
let's play the clip
hold on,
without
and listen,
interruption.
and it's funny because it is said that Israel controls all of our media, so they're the ones that push all this homosexuality and all this. This
Yeah, that's a whole nother subject, but you're right.
Yeah,
You're
so
right,
you see,
but that's a whole nother
I'm
subject.
an American, and all that stuff affects. They're feeding our children these vulgar stuff, and then they're sending our young men to die across seas for
Yes.
Israel. You know.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
so come on,
Yeah,
man.
those-
I mean, red, white, and blue, baby. My flag
Yeah.
is not blue and white. You know, my
So-
flag is red, white, and blue, and it has 50 stars on it.
Lavi was modernizing the country, building schools, hospitals, highways. Foreign tourists flew to Iran for vacation, and Iranian women were becoming ministers, doctors, even pilots before it was mainstream in much of Europe. Iranian women gained the right to vote in 1963, earlier than in some European countries. Iran had one of the best healthcare systems in the region. Tehran was booming. Skyscrapers, metro lines, modern highways, blending Persian tradition with modern design, shopping malls, Western brands, luxury boutiques. Iran had a vibrant film industry with local stars and Hollywood blockbusters in theaters. Iran was seen as a U.S. ally, often compared to Turkey or
But they
even
still
Italy
have
in
all
terms
that.
of openness. But in 1979, everything changed. You probably won't believe.
Okay,
Yeah,
so no, Jose. Okay, I'll disagree with you, Jose. No,
do too. I
they do
disagree
not.
with you.
They do not have that now.
Yeah, they can still go to movies and have restaurants and all this stuff, but
Can
they just cannot dress.
can women dress like they did back in the 60s and 70s in Iran?
No.
Think about it,
Yeah,
man.
where
Think
the
about
women
it.
would
Are
point
you
their
guys?
habit off.
I'm very religious, right? Those women
I
that
am
we
too,
saw in those,
Jose.
okay, yes, okay, those women that we saw in those videos, they dressed nothing like the Virgin Mary. They dressed nothing like good women. You know, they were showing their legs and they're showing their cleavage. I don't stand for that. You know, and
I
like,
think that's generalizing it,
Kind of irrelevant.
because I don't think every freaking Iranian woman back then was dressing like that. That was just an example. I mean,
I don't
you
know,
think
man.
about it in the 50s.
Every woman right now in America wants to look like a Kardashian.
Yep.
Not me.
Agreed.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
No, that's not
Yep.
true.
That's not
Okay.
right. I was
That's what
told
you're
today
being
I was like a
shown.
nun.
That's what you're being shown.
That's what we're being shown. And who controls the media?
Yeah, we have already talked about
Yes,
that.
we've had earlier episodes, Jose, which you might enjoy my viewpoints very much in past episodes because I am right there with you, Jose. Thank you for coming on.
Yeah. So
But
let's
quick,
hold on. So let's
Yeah,
stay on
let's-
track. Let's stay on track here with Iran. We gotta build the picture here. Okay. So the Shah pre 1979, he wasn't he wasn't the most great guy. There were people in Iran that disagreed with him and things like that. But if we look at the life of the people before the Islamic Republic, they had a lot more freedom
Exactly.
pre 1979 than they do now.
Today, correct.
Now, why would a country that is moving towards freedom, a democratic republic, whatever, people having great health care, who would be threatened by that? Who would be threatened by a country taking care of its own self? That's a question for everybody.
The United States, other countries.
Can you repeat that real quick, man? I'm sorry, it slipped me.
All right. So, and I'm going somewhere with this. So,
Okay, I'm with you.
all right, you have a country pre 1979 that women had free. In that video, it said women could start to vote. Women were going to school. They had a lot more freedoms. Can we agree on that?
Yes.
I don't know, man. Even in America, it seemed like America was a lot better before women couldn't vote. So
Okay, well that's a whole nother subject there. Okay. Let's stay on point. Okay. So So the question is, did the Iranian people have more freedom pre 1979 than they do now?
Yes. And the Ayatollah took it all away.
Okay, so now let's go and look at Okay, I'm going somewhere with this.
Yeah.
So let's go look at Libya. And what Gaddafi was doing for his government, it was great for the people. All right. They were getting free health care. They were getting education. He was paying people to build their families. And there was a lot of freedom in Libya.
Yeah.
All right. What happened to Libya?
Obama got involved.
Okay. Obama got involved. Yes. Okay. So what organization or what entity would be threatened by a government, a country that wanted to go and do it their own way?
Us.
I don't think anybody would be. I mean, why would they be a threat?
The deep state.
The global new world order entities.
It's not on there. It's not part of their agenda for them to be independent.
Exactly. They don't want countries to be independent. They want countries to be dependent
on them.
On their system. So we can go back even more into history. I mean, say what you want about Germany, but Germany was thriving in the 30s.
Yep.
And the Germans loved their country. But who didn't like that? Who didn't want the way German life was to spread? The deep state, globalist new world order.
But before 1930, Germany was very poor.
Yes, and that's because of what happened in 1914, and they tried to come in and overthrow Germany.
And then their leader at that time, he clearly pointed out that there was another state in there that was making them go poor.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay. So now look at this. Boss. Watch this. So now we're talking about Libya and them funding, having healthcare and everything. Don't you think we'd be able to accomplish that in America if we didn't have this whole other country over there we had to fund?
Oh, heck yeah.
We would have that in America if we didn't have a shadow government running our country.
And who would you say that shadow government is?
That is your deep state organizations, your Rothschilds, your Rockefellers, your BlackRocks, your Vanguards, different central bank systems,
and
the UN.
Those are all funded by who?
They're well, apparently we're funding them.
No.
Can I add something to all this?
Yes.
One part of what was involved with the revolution in 1979, Shah, who was the crown prince of Persia at the time, then it got changed over to Iran. They had a great weapons. They were sending all their weapons to Russia. And don't forget, a lot of this has to do with oil, because look at the oil prices are going down. So, and Iran has a lot of oil, and so didn't Libya. So doesn't Libya.
Yeah.
And what happened? The Khomeini. I don't know if you get. This is in your video. He was in hiding for 14 years. Then when he came back, everybody welcomed him with open arms. And a lot of the people didn't want to stick with what the Shah had to offer because a lot of them were poorly educated. And they fell for what the Khomeini was pushing on them. And then they realized that they were all enslaved by his regime. But the bottom line is they had a huge military that the United States wanted to get their hands on, helping them with all their tanks. You can look this up, all their tanks and other equipment they were sending to Russia. And they also, oil is another big factor what's going on today.
Yeah,
well, and the oil.
The thing is also like we are what's it called? We are damn, what is our government again? I can't. It's slipping my mind.
We're Democratic Republic.
Yeah, we're democratic democracy. We are.
Jose. Let me correct you. The United States is not a democracy.
It's a republic.
It's a constitutional republic.
A republic. And then everybody else is communism. It's communist, you know. They're like Russia's communist, North Korea. Our enemies are all communist.
No.
Even Iran is a form of communism. You know, if you want to take away the religion stuff, they're a form of communist. You know, so there's certain people that run the whole nation for them. So those are always going to be our enemies because we want everybody to have equal rights. You know. But,
let me ask you this, Jose. Here in America, don't we have politicians and leaders that want to rule as socialist and communist?
Yes, we do.
Then they somewhat do, man. Because look at Hillary Clinton. Since I'm 30 years old, and since I was a child, this lady has been doing all this Benghazi stuff and all this crazy stuff, and she's still in offices. You know, like. Those people never change, and they're still running stuff. So, in a form, yes, it is a communist somewhat.
Okay, so what would I tell you, or what would you think when I tell you that the same people that are doing that in America are in bed with the same people that want to do that in other countries?
Yeah, I mean, I would I believe it. You know.
Okay, so that would be the deep state, the globalists.
It's like this, brother. It's like this. Remember, America used to stand like for liberty. Remember that?
Yeah.
Imagine if we weren't going and fighting these wars because these people claimed this land was theirs thousands of years ago that God gave it to them. You know, whatever. And we actually went to other nations and fought rebels. You know, that were oppressing people that just want to go to church. Like, imagine how the difference in America. You know, like. It would bring pride back to America, you know.
And I think I believe we are headed in that direction.
Okay, but Jimmy, it still doesn't answer. Why do we need to be the ones, quote unquote, liberating a country like Iran, even if they do have the type of government that they have right now? What does that have to do with us?
Because
the thing is, it's not just us.
Since 1979.
Hold on. Yeah. Would you say Joseph?
Have to do with this?
Yeah, I didn't hear Joseph.
Have been at war with Iran since 1979.
Yeah, the United States. Yeah.
Remember?
But you have to think, brother. Like threats, like words.
American.
Like remember that saying, man. Sticks and stones when break my bones.
Well, Jose, let Joseph talk.
You know
what I was going to say to you, Jose, or everybody else, is that in 1979, when Iranians invaded our U.S. embassy, that was an act of war.
Okay, but where was this embassy at?
Some of our diplomats and displayed the bodies on TV.
Okay, so you're
Now,
telling me that.
Jimmy Carter tried to initiate a military program to get them out, but that failed drastically because of the sand in the desert, and it was aborted. And those hostages that were alive, they had to wait until Reagan was elected president, because as he said during his running for president, that he wasn't going to be a weak president like Jimmy Carter,
Uh-huh.
and he was going to make sure that he was going to get his hostages back.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, man. But look at me as an American. It would make more sense for us to go to war with North Korea. They're actually the ones that are launching missiles towards over here, and they're falling into the ocean. Like, wouldn't it make more sense for us to go and fight them instead of Iran, who has beef with Israel and
Well,
not
the
really us? You know,
North Korea hasn't killed any of us
brother. But once their missiles
since
reach over here, which they are really
1951.
trying to reach over here, what are we going to
Can
say?
you let Joseph finish,
Yeah.
please? Thank you.
Well, yeah, I was just
Okay.
about to. I was
Okay,
just
Well,
about
I'm
to
sorry. I
what
get it.
I
I
interject.
was
get it.
going to say, is if North Korea tries to do something, and with their nuclear power, which is enormous, Trump will have to do the same thing as he did in Iran to eliminate that nuclear threat.
In North
He's
Korea.
not at, he's not against the people of North Korea. He's against the policies of the government to use weapons against us.
Yes,
He
I
has to
hear you.
eliminate that.
Yes, brother. But how many missiles has North Korea actually launched into the water trying to reach America? And we have not once dropped a bomb in North Korea. I mean, it would be the same thing. Like, they're actually trying to kill American civilians. So, like, why not invade North Korea? You know,
That's a
like, I
good
mean,
point. That's a
so
real good point.
is it because Israel is not interested there because God didn't promise North Korea to them, or what is it? You know?
Well,
It
let's
goes
keep
deeper, guys. It
God
goes
out of
deep.
the
Right.
situation,
This
because
goes
this
way
is
back.
No,
this
and
is
actually, I
political.
mean, ever since Trump came in the first term, North Korea has not been a problem for the United States. Why? Because North Korea capitulated to Trump in the first term.
Yeah,
So,
and then
because
but once Trump leaves and we get another Democrat in there, then are they going to be a
well,
problem?
that's because this whole job that's going on right now is not finished yet.
What
And
job?
Jose, you have a lot of questions, you have a lot of valid points, but if you wouldn't mind, I would love to have a one-on-one conversation with you so that I can give you a little more information that you can look into, because what you're asking is good. You're asking good questions, but it would take us literally 8 hours to catch you up on where we're at right now.
Yeah, I get it, and yeah, just so you know my point, my view. You know what I mean?
Oh,
A
we
red,
get it.
white, and blue
Yeah.
man and 50 stars. You know, that's my
Yeah.
flag.
I
No,
mean,
Jose, you are on the right track. To be honest, I am right there with you. You make a lot of valid points because those are the exact same questions that I have. And this is where we kind of talk about that without trying to debate it. So we try to keep it as conversational as possible. But it is true. Why is it that America always comes to the aid of Israel when it comes to their enemies, where we might have a real problem with a country like North Korea? It's a valid point that you make.
and here's the answer to that, because in the past, Israel has been using the United States as their military arm, the deep state military arm, to further their agenda.
Mm-hmm.
That's why. And then
I believe that.
and they call, and you, this goes into Mossad, this goes into Epstein, this goes into a lot of things, because if you can blackmail your dual citizens, you're going to get them to do what you want them to do.
which is problematic, which is why we need to clean house so badly.
And that's exactly what's going on right now. Now, I know for the folks that are new to the the geopolitical stuff, it's hard for them to wrap their heads around the game that's being played right now. That's why I said, you keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. Trump does not have the love for Israel like so many people think he does.
I agree.
I don't know,
Because
man, because you got to understand. Like I'm just gonna use this example.
Play the clip he did today.
Look at this. So Israel has been our allies, let's say, for many, many years, right? So, and then look at Elon Musk. Elon Musk, he went into the government this year. He went into our government, got a bunch of American civilian files, and went through them. So imagine this guy who has only been an ally to America a year, and he went through all our information. Imagine Israel, who really isn't an ally, but we treat them as an ally. Imagine all the information that they have from us.
You don't think Israel already has our information?
That's what I'm saying.
So the Elon Musk thing doesn't matter.
I'm using that as an example. In 1 year, he was able to go through American civilians, all of their personal stuff. Imagine somebody who has been our ally for years. Imagine how they probably already know how to destroy our government.
Right. And you're right about that. But like I said, we're looking at two different things here. We're looking at the government of the United States and the people of the United States. And the government of the United States has no interest in helping its people. Just like the Israeli government has no compassion for their people. And just like the Crown Prince of the Shah said just a second ago, that government was holding the people down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So all these governments that are doing that are effing working together to do that.
Yes. So now, as us Americans who we see this happening, we are put in this situation where we're kind of stuck, huh? Like we
Exactly.
don't know how to step forward to liberate our own nation.
And this is what a lot of us who've been in this war, information war, this is what we've been trying to teach folks. How to get your voice back, how to get information out, how to educate people. Because if you can educate the population to understand who's been controlling us, you can kick them out of office. You can get rid of them.
Yeah.
Yes.
So one more point before I play this clip, because I want to show Jose, America First founder Nick Fuentes, who has been banned on every other platform because of his views, because of how he is anti everything that me and Jose kind of agree on. So he only streams on Rumble for that reason, because it's more free on Rumble. So I'm going to play a clip. It's about 16 minutes, but it is really good information, relevant to the topic right now. But just a last point to Jimmy is that even if there is a game or no game, behind the scenes, who's in bed with who, to me personally, I am an isolationist. I don't think we should be getting involved in anything that is outside of American borders. So for that reason alone, I would disagree with Trump getting involved with the issue, with the whole Iranian issue. The second point that I would say is that it is not America's responsibility to be liberating other countries, even if it is as bad as they say it is. They need to take control and take back their own country, just like we need to do it with our country. And that's the problem. We keep sending our American sons and daughters to fight the banker wars and the deep state wars in these Middle Eastern countries when we should not be involved whatsoever.
I don't disagree with that, but you got to understand who was pulling.
I got one good question. I hope one of you four can answer it. So there's two wars that were going on. There's the war in Ukraine and Russia, and the war in Palestine and Israel, and now Iran, of course. So why would there be American boots in Iran but no American boots in Ukraine? What is the difference?
Not going to be any boots anywhere.
Yeah, technically there are no boots on the ground in Iran.
Okay, but you don't
No,
think
that's
we're,
right.
we're definitely going to we're definitely going to
No, we're
invade
not.
Iran with boots.
Y'all can mark it down. We're not going to have boots in
They,
Iran.
have you not been seeing our military? They're eating lobster and steak.
Like I said, I do not believe that Trump is not going to put boots on the ground in Iran.
Yeah,
He
I
don't
don't
need.
I
think
don't
so.
know,
I think
man.
we have enough
According
technology to
to
get that
military
done.
personnel, they only get steak and lobster when they're going that way.
Well, why don't you
Okay,
sign
so
up?
I'm gonna play this clip, Jose, and just for future reference, Jose, you might be very interested in the America First movement because it is exactly to the T of the politics that you have already described. But I'm gonna play this clip, and we'll comment afterwards.
Okay.
This is not over by any stretch. And you know that because of how each of the players is moving. Netanyahu said from the beginning, regime change. Trump said yesterday, regime change. Israel did a decapitation strike. They compromised the second and third layers. And then today they attacked the headquarters of all of the elements of the Iranian security apparatus that would defend their society from some kind of regime change effort. And if you believe in this sort of thing, do you know the name of Israel's operation inside of Iran? The official code name of the 12-day war, the surprise attack that Israel launched, the official name of the operation is Rising Lion. I want you to Google what Iran's flag looked like under the previous regime. What was the symbol of the Iranian monarchy under the Shah before the 1979 Islamic Revolution that installed the revolutionary regime led by the Ayatollah? It was a giant green, white, and red flag with a lion in the middle of it. That is the symbol of Persia. Rising lion? Who is the rising lion in the Middle East? Rising lion means the people will rise up and overthrow the Islamic theocracy and install a new government. That's the rising lion. That's the organic rising up of the lion. It has nothing to do with nukes. It has nothing to do with the nuclear program. It has nothing to do with Fordo or bunker busting bombs. It has to do with regime change. That is what they want. That is always what they wanted from the very beginning. And for those that are unconvinced, these are just the developments of the past week, which to me, it's abundantly obvious that the next stage is a high pressure campaign against Iran that may or may not involve more air attacks, that may or may not involve more U.S. intervention, but will ultimately lead towards regime change, which still has all of its destabilizing potential. Doesn't matter if we invade or not. It's still destabilizing to take a country of nearly 100 million people and rip it right down the middle on the periphery of China and another nuclear power, Pakistan, and even Russia for that matter. But if you're still not convinced by all this, consider that you have to zoom out to understand how we got here. People are saying this was a 12-day war. Mission accomplished. Peace through strength. Trump did it. Did you trust the plan? Is this the beginning and end of it? The answer is obviously no. How did we get here? Once again, you could only be deceived into thinking this is the beginning or the end of the conflict if you're completely ignorant of the history. How did we get here? This is not a timeline going back to 1948. This is a timeline going back to 2018. In 2017, Trump takes office the first time. Trump is elected president. And he's elected with backing by the Zionists. He gets $100 million from Sheldon and Miriam Adelson, full support of the Jewish lobby. Now, what had just happened before the 2016 election? In 2015, after 2 years, Barack Obama created the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, the JCPOA, or the Iranian nuclear deal. And Barack Obama brought together China, Russia, Germany, France, the United Kingdom, and the United States and the European Union, all of the P5 members of the Security Council, all the major players to enforce a nuclear deal that restricts Iran's enrichment of uranium. This deal happened under the nose of the Israelis. The early talks were conducted in secret, and the Israelis were furious about this. They said it was evidence that Obama was a Muslim, anti-Semite, a socialist. And this, by the way, powered the hatred of Barack Obama. I don't like Barack Obama that much. I don't like his wife even more. I think his wife is evil. But consider, Fox News hated Barack Obama. Talk radio, the movement conservatism, hated Obama. You ever think maybe this had something to do with it? Because Obama made the nuclear deal that Trump could not make in the past 73 days? They hated Obama. Netanyahu went to a joint session of Congress and gave a speech in defiance of the American president and gave a speech criticizing the administration and its nuclear deal, and Congress gave 37 standing ovations. And Fox News cheered it on, and so did all the conservatives. This is the background of Trump's first election. Okay? This is the background of Trump's first election, is that in 2015, Obama made a nuclear deal. This is while Netanyahu was fear-mongering, trying to get Bush to go to war in Iran. Going to the UN in a very famous speech in 2015 with the chart. They're 2 weeks away from the bomb, and Obama makes a deal. 2016 election happens. Trump gets elected with the help of the Israelis. You know what's really interesting? How did Donald Trump know that Hillary Clinton had all these emails that they acid washed, which contained all these secrets about her tenure at the State Department? Well, allegedly, he got it from WikiLeaks. But Roger Stone knew about the content of those emails before it was even made public. How do we know that? Because he went home and Googled it on his computer in May of 2016 after a meeting with one of Netanyahu's top guys. Now, how the hell did one of Netanyahu's top guys know what Russia had on Hillary Clinton that eventually made its way to WikiLeaks? Because Israeli intelligence was eavesdropping. Israeli intelligence was eavesdropping on WikiLeaks to the extent Russia was involved. Israeli intelligence knew what was being said by Hillary Clinton because they were spying on everybody. And that's why they gave the information to the Trump campaign. And it was an Israeli firm which volunteered at Trump Tower to help Trump win the election. You don't believe me? There's a whole article about it. Google The Nation. That's a left-wing publication, but if you look it up, it's an excerpt from James Bamford's book, Spy Fail. It goes into great detail about the hidden collusion in the 2016 election. It wasn't Trump and Russia.
Oh my God.
It was Trump and Israel. And why was Israel so hell-bent on getting a Republican elected in 16? To scuttle the Iranian nuclear deal. And that's exactly what happened. That was the ask. 2017, Trump is elected. And he declares a maximum pressure campaign against Iran. In 2018, Donald Trump pulls us out of the Iranian nuclear deal, the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. 2018, Trump pulls us out of the deal. In 2018, Donald Trump declares the IRGC, the Revolutionary Guard, which is the military of the regime, a terrorist group. And that green lights that group for sanctions, for attacks. Now the United States is in a shadow war with Iran, and Iran's proxies are attacking U.S. bases in Iran as a result of this. This leads to a diplomatic crisis in the summer of 2019. It culminates by January 2020 in the assassination of Qasem Soleimani, the elite commander of the Quds Force, which is a section of the Revolutionary Guard. Soleimani was the architect of the axis of resistance. Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, Soleimani built all of it. Are you starting to see? This is the prequels. This is the prequel trilogy. Obama had this solved.
Bullshit.
He made the deal. The Israelis hated him for it. They colluded with Trump to get him elected on the contingency. They gave him the check so that Trump would do maximum pressure and create a ladder of escalation, get us on that ladder and climbing up it, pulling us out of the deal, declaring the IRGC terrorists, then killing its leader, putting sanctions on the regime. Now, what did Iran do in 2020? When Trump killed Soleimani, Iran did a gesture. They did, like we talked about before, they did a symbolic strike on American bases and nobody was killed. It is not very well known, but during the lame duck period in December 2020, Trump was considering bombing Iran the same way that he just did in 2020, in December. Look it up. In December 2020, the same elements inside the Pentagon, inside the National Security Council, put plans on Trump's desk to bomb Fordo. The same plans he carried out this week. People said, I trusted the plan. I trusted Trump. Our advocacy made a difference. These plans were laid in 2020. But it gets better. In April 2021, Israel launched a major cyber attack inside of Iran against its nuclear facility at Natanz. It caused fire. It caused widespread damage and destruction. It was so severe. It was a cyber attack, but it looked like actual industrial sabotage, like they sent commandos in. That's when Iran began enriching to 60%. Trump pulled out of the deal in 2018. Trump designated the Revolutionary Guard terrorists, created a situation where it wound up that Trump killed their leader. Trump left office, and then Israel attacked Iran's nuclear plants. That's when they started enriching to 60%, only after they got attacked by Israel. Throughout 2020, throughout 2021, 2022, Israel launched major acts of sabotage inside Iran. Industrial fires attacking drone facilities, factories, nuclear plants. In 2020, they killed a major Iranian nuclear scientist. After October 7th, as we talked about, there were terrorist attacks across Iran. In January 2024, Israel created a terrorist attack at Qasem Soleimani's grave. Weeks later, there was another terrorist attack. In April, Israel bombed Iran's consulate in Syria, killing Revolutionary Guard commanders. In July, they assassinated the leader of Hamas inside of Iran. After Iran retaliated in October, Israel did a major airstrike in Iran, destroying its air defenses at Esfahan, one of its nuclear facilities. Throughout 2025, Israel's been carrying out acts of industrial sabotage at Bandar al-Abbas, in other drone facilities, other defense facilities, culminating in Israel's attacks on Iran 2 weeks ago and U.S. intervention. Now, the proponents of regime change, Israel's allies in the United States, the Zionists, would have you believe this was a 12-day war, one and done, they said. We're not involved, they said. This isn't regime change. It's not boots on the ground, they said. A ceasefire was achieved, mission accomplished, and plan trusted. Trump knocked out their nukes, no one died, and everything's good. Right? Wrong. By definition, this is a forever war that Trump has now led in 2 administrations, carried over even during the interregnum under Biden. This is a war that started a long time ago that Trump made hot in 2018 and has been going on for 7 years. That's the nature of forever wars. Just like in Iraq, which went from 1990 until today. Just like Libya, which went from 2011 to today. Syria, which went from 2011 to today. And Iran, which went from 2018 until today. That's the nature of forever wars. And they've gotten a little more sophisticated. They know it's not likely we're going to have 250,000 ground troops inside Iran in an invasion. Probably the public won't support that, barring a new Pearl Harbor, a new 9/11, which is not outside the cards.
Oh, really?
But they have found other means of achieving regime change, like they did against Assad, like they did against Gaddafi, like they did against Hezbollah. And you could already see that here. So people say mission accomplished. It's not a real war, but a ceasefire ended one, so it's okay. It's not a forever war. We've been in this war for 7 years. 7 years. They said that about Soleimani. They said we killed Soleimani. It was one and done until Iran attacked us again and again and again. And then we're talking about bombing them in the lame duck. And then we had to deploy aircraft carriers in April to deter Iran from retaliating against Israel. And again in July and August of last year. And again after Israel attacked Iran 2 weeks ago. Question is not if this starts up again, if Israel's still pursuing regime change. The question is when and how, and what our end of it will be. But once again, if you are reading the headlines, if you have some emotional investment in Trump, if you have some weird gambler's fallacy, like what you say on Twitter, and whether you're trusting the plan has any bearing on these military operations that were planned 10 years ago, then you are ignorant and you know nothing.
Oh, okay.
There are forces at work here. These undercurrents have been present for a quarter of a century at least. They are still present. They remain fundamentally unchanged. Today, on the other side of the strike, just like they did 7 years ago when Trump killed Soleimani. This has been in the works for a long time. It's bigger than Dan Caldwell. It's bigger than Kurt Mills. It's bigger than Tucker Carlson. It's bigger than Steve Bannon. It's bigger than me, as much as I hate to admit it. It's bigger than all of us. And if you're not paying attention to those underlying forces, you're going to fall for it again and again. You're going to be surprised and confused and coping over and over. And people are just tripping over themselves to do it again.
Oh,
Now, to be fair, Jimmy, he did say a lot of things that I agree with. And to the point about trusting the plan, I know that got you for a split second.
That wasn't even the issue with me with that guy.
No, I believe you, but when he said that, that's what made me kind of think to myself, like, even if people do believe that, right, like trusting the plan, or that Trump is sort of a part of that plan, or he's like, he's the one who's actually carrying out this plan, right?
Yes.
What if none of that actually really matters? Like he said, this has been planned like a decade ago. These things are going to happen no matter who's the president.
Here's the question. For the people that say that stuff, oh, you shouldn't do that. You shouldn't trust the plan. You shouldn't do this. Or people like Nick coming out and if they're not worried about it, why the hell are they talking about it?
Right.
Well, I think he was just putting it to his point about this whole Iran problem.
And seeing this thing with Nick Fuentes, he does say some. You got to remember, when you're pushing propaganda, you got to have a little bit of truth in there, right? Like the Jehovah's Witnesses. Okay, I don't like Nick Fuentes, and it's only because I've seen him, mess things, put things together that don't. For example, he lost me in the first 2 minutes of the video because he said Trump came out and said regime change and left it at that. He didn't explain the content and the context in which Trump was talking about that. It's kind of like the whole, oh, there's good people on both sides situation. There was more to that, correct?
Okay.
Trump came out, and even Vice President Vance came out and said, the United States is not going to conduct a regime change. We're not going to go in and do what was done in Iraq and Afghanistan. That's what the deep state wants to do. But Trump said, hey, if it's regime change, well, the people have got to decide for themselves if they want to do that. The people have to rise up. And there was a Q post that said, free Iran, stand up, people. I can't exactly get the wording, but it talked about this situation to where the people needed to rise up and get rid of the Islamic Republic. Just like here in the United States, the people need to rise up and get rid of the enemy. That's what they're talking about here.
That I can agree with. Yeah.
So he misrepresented what Trump said in regards to regime change. And then he backed Obama with the nuclear deal. Now, let's go back and look at that. Who was one? Remember, the 16-year plan was to World War III, real and orchestrated. So we know what the deep state during Obama and Hillary as Secretary of State, we know what they did to try to further the North Korean nuclear program. Well, they did the same thing in Iran. Hillary Clinton sold uranium 1 to the Islamic Republic. Then Obama sent over $1.7 billion in cash to the Iranian regime. And Congress didn't say shit about that. They didn't do an investigation or anything. Then Biden comes in and unfreezes $16 billion in Iranian sanctions. So they were wanting, this deep state globalist entity was wanting a nuclearized Iran. That's what the nuclear deal was all about, was to let them have a little bit. Trump comes in and says, no.
Okay, quick question. Why can't they have nukes? What would be the reason for them not to have it?
So every country is allowed, according to international courts and law, every country is allowed to have nuclear capabilities for peaceful purposes for their nation.
Okay.
It's when you're enriching bombs, you're enriching the uranium and creating bombs to take out other people. Now, I know people are going to say, well, the USA has nuclear weapons and this country has nuclear weapons. Okay, yeah, and that sucks. But who's been in control during that time to build up all these nuclear weapons? First thing is, every nuclear weapon should be done away with. Every one.
Yes.
Really?
Oh, America
Yes.
needs nuclear weapons because we're such a young nation, you know?
And there's a part of me, and there's some factions, and y'all, this is one of the conspiracy theories things, that, do the nuclear weapons really exist? Is this just a boogeyman to scare the people?
Well, they never did find weapons of mass destruction in Iraq.
That is correct. They did not find weapons. That was all BS. That was a reason to get us into the war. Just like 9/11 was. 9/11 was the catalyst to get us into war.
Do you know who wanted us to take out Saddam Hussein?
Israel.
Yeah. So that's another war that we had to go fight for them.
Right.
So,
Okay.
it always goes back to that Khazarian mafia.
Yeah, it's
and the control of other nations. So that's why I know y'all don't want to believe it yet, and that's fine. But the way I see it, Trump is playing this in a way that it is going to expose Israel. He came out today and defiantly said what he said today about Israel.
Right.
And I posted it last night.
What did he say?
We'll get to that.
He used the F-bomb.
Yeah, we'll definitely play that clip. We'll play that in a second. But last night, this is what I put out last night. When I heard about the ceasefire, I posted about the ceasefire. But a few minutes later, I was starting to think, I was like, wait a second. I think this might be a trap for Israel. And the reason I put it out, go find it on my Facebook page. I'll prove it.
Well, no, that's a great point. But you see what you see, Julian. I'm with Julian and I'm with Jose tonight because you see, Julian asks Jimmy, do you notice that there are always dropping bombs on countries that don't have nuclear weapons? And I did ask you that myself too. I'm like, well, how do you know if they had or if they didn't?
Like I said, these people will use anything to start a war or a conflict because one, it makes them money. Two, you send troops in and you're losing people. That's part of the depopulation plan.
Yeah, I agree.
So this is all.
Which is why we shouldn't get involved. Like that proves the point.
Well, see, the thing is, wouldn't you say this is a worldwide problem?
Yes.
No.
It's going to take.
So.
In my world, in my American world.
Whoa. Hold on. What we're facing, you can't see as a worldwide problem?
No, it's not. In my world, in my American world, the ones who are a threat to me is North Korea. And I have not heard of Trump bombing any
I'm sorry.
general. Hold on, I haven't heard of Trump bombing any general from them. I haven't seen him blow up any facility from them. And those are the ones who are literally making weapons to come and kill my fellow Americans.
Okay, I get that, but I don't
It is
see
their
how.
agenda. That is their agenda, global, like daily. You know what I mean?
Okay,
in my
so-
world, in my American world, they are the issue, not Iran, not Russia, none of these other people. It is North Korea. But but of course I don't want to go to war with North Korea. But what I'm trying to say is like, why are we over there assisting these people when we should be worrying about ourselves and actually being in North
We're
Korea?
not over there, Jose.
What do you mean? Our stealth bombers were just over there. Our stealth bombers just used fuel over there. What do you mean?
I'm sorry to look frustrated.
We took out Fordo, what their largest facility to enrich uranium to plutonium grade for a nuclear bomb.
Yes.
And we've been.
And why?
No,
Because
here's
Iran or because us?
here's the thing, Jose. Since Iran has been a threat for over 45 years, we see that America has been training for this particular bombing for the past 15 years. Because in White Sands, New Mexico, we have built a replica of Fordo over 300 feet deep so that we could develop a bomb that could penetrate it. And and these bombers have been practicing with dummy bombs to drop a bomb to hit exactly where they did the other night. So it was a strategic plan that has been going on, and they've been practicing playing war games for 15 years.
I know it may seem like I'm getting a little frustrated here because we have talked at length on how this deep state globalist organization has infiltrated so many countries and caused so many of their issues worldwide. I don't know.
I have a question for you guys real quick.
Can you hold that thought for a second? I got a thought to make.
Yeah.
So we have talked about before. So I don't understand. Somebody please help me with that. How that you can't see what's happening and being a worldwide problem.
Well, I was the only other person that said no.
Say again, but what are you saying? What are you saying that's a worldwide problem?
All these conflicts, all these different wars, these different proxy wars, terrorist things, all this stuff. That right there is a worldwide issue.
Yeah.
And those issues are being propagated by the people that want to control everything.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, so now I get you.
So the point I'm making is it's a worldwide problem that we have. It's going to take a worldwide solution. And the point that I want to make on that is this. You have other nations that have been working with Trump since 2017 to help get rid of these globalist New World systems that have been in their countries. You got Modi. Why haven't you heard anything from North Korea? Because Kim Jong-un capitulated to Trump. How do we know? Because he allowed Trump to cross the DMZ line. That was huge. That's never happened in history.
That's right.
Okay,
Yeah, but
I see where you're.
that don't mean anything. You know, I
No, it
mean,
means a lot.
no,
It was historical. We all got to
yeah, but who
witness
cares
something in
about that? All
history.
he did was go and have dinner with our enemy.
But
That's all
you
he did.
have to. But you have to look. This is why I say you got to go deeper. Now, we have talked about wars being funded by both sides before, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So let's look at the Israel-Iran situation. Who created Hamas?
Hamas was an organization that was
Mossad.
created to liberate themselves.
Mossad.
But Jose, who created them?
Mossad.
Forced them. Do you mean like forced them to create
Israel.
themselves?
And
Who created Hamas? Who created
CIA.
Hamas?
The oppression of Israel.
No,
Yes.
no,
Okay,
no.
so who is it, Jimmy?
It is the Israeli government, the Mossad.
That's what
They
I said.
created
It's the Israeli
Hamas.
government.
Okay,
oppression
so
of
they
Israel.
created Hamas. But since then, who's been funding Hamas?
Look at brother.
This is important.
It's been Iran. I believe they say it's Iran, but they've also found like Russian weapons and North Korean weapons, all kinds of stuff. So who knows?
All right, so you made the point.
People want to help the smaller people.
Israel created
ones in need.
Hamas. Israel created Hamas back during Yasser
But
Arafat.
you are wording it wrong. You need to say Israel forced the civilians to create Hamas so that they could fight for their liberation, their freedom in this open prison. That's what you need to say it.
That was the narrative that we're presenting.
It's
That
like
was the
this.
narrative.
Have you ever seen listen, brother, have you ever seen the movie The Patriot?
Yeah, I've seen it.
Okay. Why did Mel Gibson pick up weapons? Because they were oppressed by the British. If the British had never oppressed them, the Patriots would have never picked up their weapons. If Israel had never oppressed the civilians of Palestine and Gaza and West Bank, then those people would have never had to pick up their weapons. Remember, they were invited into Palestine as friends. Then the Jews chose to do the Nakba and they killed a lot of people. You know, it's just how it is. The Patriots would have never picked up their weapons if they weren't oppressed by the British.
I understand what you're saying, but I really do, Jose, think you're missing the point here.
No.
Because
I'm saying
the Israeli government was afraid of the people rising up against them. So
But why would they be afraid?
Because they would lose
What
control.
was Israel doing to them? Do you
Because
know
they
that
would
there's-
lose control over the
Do you
people.
know that? Do you know that there's Jews in America and Jews around the world that laugh about loading machine guns and shooting it into civilians?
Yeah, I get that.
Do you know that? So
I
okay,
get that,
so
but the point that I'm trying to make.
So if this is happening since the 1960s to today, do you not believe? Do you not think that some of them are gonna get the patriot spirit and want to defend themselves, and create a group of people that they themselves called Hamas?
True. But Jimmy's
But the people did not make Hamas. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
The people did. They themselves chose to join Hamas.
No. They chose to join Hamas. That means
Yes.
Hamas was created.
Brother, you're missing the point.
No.
It's like this.
Okay,
It's like
so
hold on.
I'll
It's like this.
interject this point because once again, we don't want to debate one little
No,
subject,
no,
and we're
no,
not trying to
but we
convince one
cannot-
another of something. But
but
you're
we
no,
cannot
Jose,
also-
you're right. You're right.
Let's
You're
not
right.
leave this sideways. You know.
No, I understand. I understand you, Jose, and I agree with you. But Jimmy already said it like 3 times, and it's not going to change for Jimmy, even though I understand
Yeah.
where you're coming from, and I agree with you. But what Jimmy said earlier was his first question: why we didn't think it was a worldwide problem.
Look it. Maybe I could explain it to Jimmy like this. For instance,
I think Jimmy understands where you're coming from.
Yeah.
Jimmy,
Oh, I
Jimmy's
completely
not
understand
dumb.
where it comes from.
He knows what you're saying, which is why I wanted to have this conversation with Jimmy here, because me and Jimmy already had this conversation as well. And this is where we agree to disagree, is because of the exact same issues that we are been talking about for 2 hours, and it's been great.
Okay, I'm gonna use this example. In America, right? You guys know about the Bloods and the Crips, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What the Crips didn't make themselves, right? That's what you're trying to say. You're trying to say that Hamas didn't make itself, right? That
No,
it
it's
was
not
Israel
exact.
that
That's
made
not
Hamas.
exact. That's not what I'm saying at all.
Right, exactly. What does the Crips got to do with Hamas?
There's
Listen. If you know the history about the Crips had to form a group of black people had to form themselves and form the Crips so that they could protect themselves from the police. That's the same thing that the Palestinian people did. In order for them to protect themselves from the Israeli oppression, they created Hamas. Hamas is what they call the organization, just the way the black folks call themselves Crips.
I understand, Jose, what you're saying, but but if you go look at this up, and I hate to be, defiant in this, but you're missing the point here. Israel created Hamas, and they shared a narrative about Hamas that the people bought into. Because they were sowing dissension because the Palestinians were becoming freer and everything like that. They couldn't have that. The biggest point that I wanted to make on Jose, hang on a second. The big point that I want to make on this is the funding. When we talk about funding both sides, Israel created Hamas. That's 100% fact. You can look it up. And who has been funding Hamas? Iranians, the Iranian regime. So you have both. You have both factions working together to create this stability in the region. They've been working together.
Look at
Okay, Jose. No, Jose. I have to end that there because it's gonna it's debatable, and it is, and it's great, but we don't have all night. So I'm gonna move on, and I'm gonna answer Jimmy's question. So thank you so much, Jose. I'm sorry to interrupt, but it was
That's
great,
fine.
and I totally understand where you're coming from, and I understand Jimmy as well. But I do want to answer his question because I also said no. I don't think it's a worldwide issue. So Jimmy, I would like to answer that really quickly. It's a very simple answer.
Okay.
Even if Iran did have these weapons, right? Let's just say they had it. Is that a worldwide issue? I don't think so. In my opinion, I would say because other countries have it. Are they a threat as well? Are they a direct threat to us? I don't think so. And even if they were,
Jimmy?
Oh, okay, go ahead.
You know what, Ruby? On this one, you cannot err on the side of being wrong because in mutually assured destruction and détente, we had a rational society in the Soviet Union and in China, and in so much in India, Pakistan, France, Germany, and all the other nuclear nations. But I don't believe you have a rational regime in the Iranian regime. Iran with a nuclear weapon, they wake up every day and say death to America. Words mean things. The great Satan.
Does Russia and
Jehovah's
China
Witnesses.
have it?
Yes, but they have been proven through time, through mutually assured destruction, that they are not a suicidal cult. They have proven it through time. I'll get out.
What are you talking about?
No, that's a great point, and I'm thank you, Jesse, for saying that.
Thanks, Jesse. That was good what you said. Can I make a comment about the topic we're talking about? Throughout whole history, you have conquerors and power-hungry regimes, right? Go all the way back to the beginning with the Medes and the Persians, your Roman Empire, your Greek Empire. They were conquerors. Hitler, what do? They're bullies. They like to go into other countries and conquer them. It's kind of the same thing we're seeing today. Israel has a really pretty good military. I really don't believe they need us. And I think Trump really believes they don't need us. I wish Trump would back off from them. But there's always going to be bullies. There's always going to be people who want to conquer other nations. And that's just part of our history. And it's sad, but it's kind of reality.
But you also got to ask yourself, the Israeli soldiers, they're walking around with M16s. Where do you think they get those M16s?
Who cares?
From America.
Know about it.
Yeah,
Would they really be? Would they really be a strong nation without America?
So does Mexico.
Can I make another comment? Because I'm getting
Mexico
off.
has all kinds of things. Mexico has all kinds of things. They are a power. They are a strong nation too, and they have warriors. Good, strong warriors.
I'm going to make one last point.
Gail wants to make a comment. Go ahead,
Gail.
Gail.
I'm getting off. This whole thing with
No,
Iran
stay here,
and
lady.
Israel. Hold it up, Jose. This whole thing with Iran and Israel. Every station you put on, whether it's the regular news, Newsmax, Fox, News Nation, everybody's talking about Iran and Israel. And do you know what happened a few days ago that we should all, as Americans, be worried about? Guess who's going to take over the Iranian regime? The cartel. They just busted 64 pounds of fentanyl, enough to kill 14.5 million Americans. Let that sink in, everybody. This is what we should be caring about, what's going on in our own country. I don't care what goes on with Israel.
Yeah.
There's nothing you can do about it.
It's
We should
like
care
this.
about
If
the drugs coming into this country that's killing. It killed 350,000 people since
Yeah.
2018 to 2023. We should worry about the homeless problem, the
Yeah.
food they're killing us with,
You're right, Gigi.
the drug addicts. This is what
Here's
we
the
should
thing.
worry about.
Here's
This
the
is
thing
what I'm
about that,
worried
Gigi.
about.
Here's the thing about that, Gigi. If you like cupcakes, I'm going to sell you cupcakes. You know, if people in America didn't do drugs, then Mexico wouldn't have to send drugs.
Say that
Yes,
again.
thank you, Jill. Thank you, Gigi. That was awesome. Everybody
What
loved
I
it in the
said,
chat.
Gigi, was that if you like cupcakes, then I'm going to make cupcakes so I could sell you cupcakes, right? If Americans didn't do so many drugs, then Mexico wouldn't be making money off sending drugs
Well,
over here.
Jose, why do people do drugs? Why? Because we're depressed. People
I don't know.
are lonely.
I personally
People
don't
are
do drugs,
sad. There's a reason
so
why
I don't
people
know.
are all drugged out, because they're scared.
Yeah,
People are
doing your
scared
job
of
don't
our
make it right.
future.
Doing your job don't make it right, Jose. Come on, doing your job don't make it right.
I have a
We learned that
daughter
in
who's a
Nuremberg.
heroin addict.
We learned that in
And there's
Nuremberg.
nothing I can do about it. I
You
hate
have
the
what?
drug addicts. I
We
hate the
learned that
drug
in
addicts more than
Nuremberg.
I hate the Iranians.
Doing your
Yeah,
job don't
so
make it
there
right.
you go. The drug addicts, like that, like if let's say this, I don't know, I don't mess with drugs, but if I see somebody a drug addict and he has $20 and I need $20, I'm gonna give him what he needs for those $20, and that is what Mexico does. If Americans want drugs, they send the drugs. So you
But
need to
that's only
stop.
because America allows
Americans
that
need to stop
once
purchasing,
again.
wanting drugs, and
No. My whole
yes,
family
yes,
is
it is.
Mexican, and
That's
we
just the
never
way it
did
is.
drugs. No, we
Huh?
never got involved. We never got involved. There's a lot of Mexicans that never got involved, Jose. Don't group all the
Yeah, I know that. No one's saying
That's
every
a
Mexican got
psyop,
involved. I'm saying
actually,
the
Jose.
cartels
That's a
get involved because
psyop
people over here
because
want the drugs.
Mexico only is doing that,
Mhm.
and it's only coming from there because
So I
America
mean, come on now.
allows it to
That's
come
blame
over
our own
here.
people for that. You know,
No, I'll
we
die
have
before I
druggies in
do
this
drugs.
nation.
No.
We have, unfortunately, we have druggies in this nation, and our dollar is worth a lot. So
I do
yeah,
have a
there you
clip that I
go.
want to share. Jimmy sent this to me, so I want to just share another perspective on this. It's only 2 minutes.
Once again, President Trump has saved America and the world from an indescribable disaster. George Bush, Hillary Clinton, Obama, and many others who are pawns of the global satanic elites sent many billions and billions of dollars to Iran to build their nuclear program. They didn't have good intentions with that. Iran is one of the largest nations in the world. It has the worst tyrannical regimes in the entire world. Since it was imposed on the people of Iran in 1979, that's only like 40 years ago, 45 years ago. Guys, these people have been suffering. They have been suffering unspeakably. What happened in Iran is that a regime was installed that kills everyone who expresses one word of criticism. It tortures people. It cuts your limbs off. Women have lost all their rights. They have become legal property of men. They have no voice. They can't have any official positions. Death, terror, tyranny, oppression, enslavement have tortured the people in Iran for the past decades. Meanwhile, it was being prepared as the #1 nuclear base in the entire world. And Trump simply eliminated it. What Obama did, what Hillary Clinton did, what George Bush did, Trump undid. He ended their plan to launch a nuclear catastrophe worldwide. He just stopped it. I don't understand why so many people don't think and they simply say, Trump bombed Iran, Trump bombed Iran. No, he did not bomb Iran. Israel bombed Iran. And Iran bombed Israel. Trump did not bomb Iran. He didn't bomb the people of Iran, the nation of Iran. No, he actually is busy liberating them. He bombed nuclear facilities, built by the worldwide satanic elites in Iran. That's what he bombed. He's busy liberating the people of Iran. Guys, Trump is on a mission to save this world from the globalists, from the satanic cabal. He is on a mission to bring about a better world. I think it's time that we start understanding that. Follow me here if you want to hear more.
I don't know. I think that's just nonsense. I don't think the people feel like they need to be liberated. I don't. I feel like every time we attack them, there's men and women filling the streets by the thousands over there and saying
But he
death to
did make a good
America.
point. It wasn't to the people, it wasn't to the nation. It was to the facilities, and it was calculated, and I don't think anybody got hurt. So I
Yeah, but
can
we're
agree to
making
that.
Iran weak, so Israel can do what they did to Palestine.
That may be true, but at the same time, I do believe like 80% of what this guy just said, and I do agree when Jesse said like this type of country just cannot have them. Like that's just the bottom line. And the way our politics are set up right now, the way our government is set up, it is what it is, and it already happened. It's out of our control, it's out of our hands. Even though I didn't vote for this, millions of people didn't vote for this, it still happened.
Yeah, the
So we can
Jews
have an
said it.
opinion about it, but it is the way it is until the deep state doesn't exist anymore, in my opinion. Then we'll be able to see, the real difference, real
Can you guys
politics.
explain the deep state?
See, yeah, we don't have time. That's why I got quiet. That's why I got quiet because
Okay.
because
No,
the
I
reason I
want to
got
know
quiet is
by
because
deep.
Jose, you have a lot of good questions. You have
Yeah.
some good thoughts, but I don't think you understand the bigger picture here and how deeper it goes. And I don't think you've done that research yet.
I'm pro-American.
Well,
Okay,
that's
I
Well,
get
that's
that.
not
I
enough
get you can
research.
be pro-American, that's fine, but you got to understand who the enemy is and what they've been doing to all of us.
No, I
If
mean
you
I already
don't,
know.
if you don't understand who the enemy is, how are you going to fight them?
Look at brother. I'm gonna tell you guys this. I'm very religious, and I understand why the reason Jesus Christ was crucified, and that those people are who I believe is the enemy these days. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you,
Well,
So
Jose. And I think the homework for you would be to watch all of our past episodes
uh-huh.
and to research about the deep state and a little bit of what we've been talking about. That would be great for you to do that homework and then come back because we go live every Tuesday at 9 p.m.
Yeah, I will. I also was before I got off. I wanted to ask you what was the video of the gentleman that we saw earlier. Who was that again? Who was?
His his name is Nick Fuentes.
Okay. And he's with America First.
Yeah, he's the founder
yes.
of America First, which is another political ideology that I agree like 90% with. And I think you would too, based on the things you've said tonight. So definitely look him up on Rumble. You would really appreciate his thoughts and opinions. So definitely do that and come back. We're here every Tuesday night.
Yeah, I'll try to catch. I'll try to catch you guys. And I just want to make sure that you guys know that there's a physical war going on and there's a spiritual war going on, and
Yes.
we
I
gotta
agree. I
Yes.
fight
agree.
both.
We agree
Well,
on that.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
So
Jose, on that same thought,
So I'm
the
with you guys,
religious
man. And
the religious ideology of Iran is what?
Couldn't
Do you
hear you.
know,
What did you
Jose?
say?
I don't know. They from what I know, they have Christians there. They have Muslims there. They have
No, I'm
Catholics. They
talking
have.
about the regime, the government, the theocracy. What religion, ideology do they believe in?
What are they? Like Muslims, Islam?
Yes. What kind of Muslims?
I believe they're like Shia or something like that.
They're Shia Muslims that believe in the Twelvers. They're waiting for the 12th Imam,
Okay.
and that 12th Imam is to start what we call Armageddon.
Yep.
Well, just
And
because they
that
believe that there's
ideology,
Armageddon is gonna happen doesn't mean they're the ones. They're the ones that are gonna cause it.
well, That's why they're building a bomb.
That's what they believe,
Okay,
and
but
they're
we have
pursuing that.
That's what
I
they
understand
believe
now.
because they're 12ers.
No,
Just like
I don't want to take it out of proportion, you know, because how do I say? Like, if you know Saudi Arabia, they believe they're Sunni Muslims, and they believe that you should go to war with people that don't believe in God. But they say their prince said, no, we're not going to get nuclear weapons, because once you get nuclear weapons, you have to use them. So, and they're one of the richest nations here, so they could just buy it off of us. And but you know, so I mean, I don't get what you're saying, you know. So, yeah.
Just
Well,
really quickly,
that religious organization or ideology in Iran has severely subjugated women to the point that if they even show their hair, they are killed or blind.
No, I don't think you don't have to take it too. Like, those women want to cover themselves, you know, like those
no, they
people.
don't. No, they
Yes,
don't.
they do. Yes,
no,
they do.
and
I'm gonna go. I've talked to people like that are there. You know what I mean? That are from there. Like, they don't feel oppressed by them. You know what I mean? They
that's
don't.
called
It's
brainwashing. That could
Yeah, I
be
was going to say that's indoctrination.
no.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
No, no,
well,
no.
that's a
that's not going to
whole
fly.
that's a whole nother subject, and we don't
Yeah,
have
that's a whole
time
nother subject, you know.
to
Because
dive into it.
then brainwashing too is like having a black person fucking praying to, excuse my language, praying to a white Jesus. That's brainwashing too. And there right now, I have friends from Arkansas who were black, and I would go to the church and they had some white Jesus on the cross. Like, that don't make no sense. So,
Yeah.
like, that's
Just
brainwashing too.
okay. Well, thank you for your comments, but I do want to invite AJ, new to the stage. Welcome to the show. Um, I will unmute you now so you can have a comment. Go ahead.
Oh, yes. Thank you for having me on. I mean, there's so much to digest with what y'all are saying. I think with what's going on right now, it's kind of the last frontier.
Are you in
For
America, AJ?
oh yes, I'm in Texas. Yeah.
Okay, you're an American. All right then. Yes, sir. All of us are Americans here, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay, cool. We don't
What
have no
if we're
spy
not?
here. Huh?
What if we're not?
I'll be very afraid to speak on something that my enemies could hear.
Let's
No.
let AJ talk.
Yeah, go ahead,
Yeah.
AJ. Let's let AJ have about 3 minutes to make a comment. Go
I'm just
ahead,
trolling.
AJ.
I'm just trolling. I'm with you guys.
That's all right.
Yeah. I mean, the way I'm seeing it is like Iran is like the last frontier for the Middle East for kind of Western powers like America and Israel. Well, Israel is as America's proxy, we should say, kind of like what you're alluding to in this conversation. Because look at all the other countries that got toppled, right? Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, and Iran is pretty much like the last country or one of the last countries that would need to be kind of toppled with another regime for Western powers to kind of take over the region. So and Israel has been doing this job as the proxy for the past, kind of what y'all are talking about, for the past couple of decades, and it's all for positioning interest, and we have our interests against like the Eastern powers like Russia and China, and then of course financial interests like with the oils and the resources there. So that's the way I see it. It's strategic positioning in those areas, and also the resources that are there. And I see Iran as kind of the last frontier, as kind of the last country that hasn't been kind of taken over by Western powers, or like installed a puppet regime. Y'all are seeing it. I think in Syria, well, Syria already kind of has a puppet regime too. And then Afghanistan, Iraq, and the other countries that we went to war with we already installed regimes there. So Iran is the only one that hasn't had that happen. So except with the Shah, like a few decades ago. But now because they're not kind of bowing to Western interests, then that's the last country is what I'm seeing is kind of in the plans, you know? So, yeah, that's my comment.
Wow, thank you for that. So, can I ask you, AJ, is it a definitive yes or no to the question? Do you agree or disagree with Trump bombing Iran? Like the title of the stream.
Oh, I disagree.
All right, thank you. That's very interesting. Thank you for hopping on. We rarely get like new people on the show, so it's kind of cool to have another voice in here. Really quickly, Fallen Ashes just joined the stage. So welcome, Fallen. If you have a comment, go right ahead.
Hi, thank you, Ruby. It's nice seeing you guys. I don't really have a comment. I mean, I came on because, yeah, the clothing about the ladies want to wear it. It's more of like you were taught to wear it. So until you actually try on other things without feeling guilty about it, then you'll really know what you want. So it's not necessarily like, oh, you can legit say that, yeah, this person wants to do it. No, these people are doing it because it's their culture and they were brought up into it.
Yep, absolutely.
Right. Generations and generations, that's all they know, probably. They were born into that. So they don't know any different. And I do agree on that point. Like that could be brainwashing on the government's part to their own people, just like what America does to us. I think every government does that. I don't think we're just the only ones. I just had an issue before with our involvement because Jimmy knows I'm like zero geopolitics is just not for me. Like I am such an isolationist. So when this all happened, we had that conversation, and that's why I thought it was great to bring it up here. Welcome to the chat. Ryan Lopez says, so Trump has not gone far enough? I don't know. Is that a question or a comment? I don't know. There is no question mark, so I'm not sure.
It's just some
But
dumb Mexican think he's funny.
Okay. So are there any final comments before we move to the other half of the show? Or if anybody wants to hop on now. I think we got a glitch going on here.
Let me, while we get ready to make this last thing, I'm going to read this.
Yes,
I'd like to read this.
thoughts? Go ahead.
This comes from Laura Aboli. She very prominent in the digital soldier space. But this is what she posted. She said, this so-called 12-day war is one of the strangest, most choreographed conflicts I've ever watched unfold. From day one, it felt scripted. Carefully timed escalations, symbolic strikes, bases evacuated in advance, Trump announcing a ceasefire before either side stopped firing. And yet, despite all the theater, or actually because of it, I went to sleep last night with a sliver of hope. For a moment, I thought it's all choreographed. Maybe Trump really does have it under control. Maybe what we're watching isn't chaos, but the final moves in a chess game that's already been won behind closed doors.
Probably.
Iran gets to save face. Israel gets breathing room. The U.S. steps in as peacemaker. Everyone claims victory and walks off the stage. But by morning, that illusion snapped. We're back to missiles. Iran reportedly launched into Israel. 4 civilians dead in Beersheba, and Israel is striking Tehran again. Iran now claims it didn't break the ceasefire, says there were no formal deal unless Israel stopped first. But haven't they already broken it? That's the question. Or is this just another layer of ambiguity? Shit, I can't say the word. Built into a ceasefire that was never meant to hold. Peace was whispered briefly, but this morning it's obvious it didn't hold, or maybe it wasn't meant to. This doesn't feel like resolution. It feels like a pause between rounds, and round two may already be underway. This is why I posted last night that I thought that this whole thing, the ceasefire, was going to be a trap for Israel, because Israel would break the ceasefire, which they did. And they're trying to say, of course, the media is trying to say Iran did, but we know what side the media is on. Israel breaks the ceasefire. Trump comes out and berates Israel for what they did. which if you look at his True Social, he said, please don't drop any more bombs in relation to Israel. If Israel was called out for breaking the ceasefire, then all the corruption that Israel has been doing can come out and people can start accepting it. That's why we have always, it was posted on the cue boards, we're saving Israel for last. And so to back up the fact that I've been saying, I don't feel like Trump is in bed with Israel like some of you guys think he is. I think this is all being played in a way to keep your enemies closer. Because, Ruby, can you play that clip for what Trump said this morning?
Oh, yes. Okay, hold on. Let me look it up. Is it the one where he drops the F-bomb?
Yes, it is.
Okay, hold up. Okay. All right. I'm going to share my screen now.
That have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
Oh, wait a second. There's more from the beginning of that. There's more of what there's more to what he says there. You need to play you need to find the whole thing. And that's not it.
Well, this is 2 minutes long. This should be it, right?
Yeah, that's not because he's not at the airplane. Or is he? No. Okay. All right. Okay. My apologies. I didn't see that far back, but yeah, go ahead.
You want me to play it from the beginning or from this part?
Play from the beginning. See what he says. I hadn't seen that part yet.
Okay.
Israel went out this morning at all, and I'm going to see if I can stop it. So as soon as I get away from you, I'm going to see if I can stop it. Okay? Those B-2 pilots did an unbelievable job. And, the fake news, like CNN in particular, they're trying to say, well, I agree that it was destroyed, but maybe not that destroyed. You know what they're doing? They're really hurting great pilots that put their lives in the line. CNN is scum, and so is MSDNC. They're all. And frankly, the networks aren't much better. It's all fake news, but they should not have done that. Those pilots hit their targets. Those targets were obliterated, and the pilots should be given credit. They're not after the pilots, they're after me. They want to try and demean. That place is under rock. That place is demolished. The B-2 pilots did their job. They did it better than anybody could even imagine. They hit late in the evening. It was dark with no moon, and they hit that target with every one of those things, and that place is gone. I think these guys these networks and these cable networks are real losers. You really are. You're real gutless losers. I say that to CNN because I watch it. I have no choice. I got to watch that garbage. It's all garbage. It's all fake news. But I think CNN is a gutless group of people. And the people that run it, nobody even knows it's been sold so many times. But the people that run it ought to be ashamed. MSDNC, a guy named Brian Roberts, he heads it. He's a disgrace. He's a weak, pathetic disgrace. Yeah, I do. They violated it, but Israel violated it too. Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I'd never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. When I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because the one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
So I think what you see there is the beginning of the narrative that Trump is not supporting Israel like so many people think he has. I think that's the beginning of the narrative.
Maybe it is. I just don't think it's good enough for me, in my opinion. And I honestly don't think he will ever denounce Israel or ever say that or pull back support from Israel. I just don't think it's going to happen. He took $230 million from AIPAC, so I doubt it.
See, I think totally different. I think Israel's going to be exposed and Israel's going to be taken care of.
Okay, so really quickly, just want to welcome JP to the stage. You can unmute yourself and make a comment. Go ahead.
Hi, Ruby. Thank you for letting me come on tonight. Good show. I really like what everybody's saying, but it's an interesting conversation. Yeah, I wanted to say that just to answer the question from the headline of the show, I don't think the U.S. should have bombed Iran personally, and if at any time, it should have been far later after this conflict started. It's only been like about a little over a week after the U.S. decided to step in and bomb them. Another thing I wanted to say is that I know several Persian women who are chess players because I was involved in the chess scene. I used to go to chess tournaments and stuff, and these are professional chess players. And I know at least two of them they're playing international tournaments, and one of them, she decided to take off her hijab during a tournament, and she got a notice from her country that she was going to be pretty much arrested on arrival and a lot of stuff. So she chose to pretty much defect from her country and not return. So I don't think a lot of these women are very happy about their situation. That's one thing I had to say about that. And then just going along with the ceasefire. Hold on, let me catch my breath. I was going on a little hike right now. Okay, going on this ceasefire thing, don't let it fool you, because all a ceasefire means is that both sides have agreed to stop attacking each other at the time. It doesn't mean that the war is over or they've came to some kind of a peace agreement or some kind of a contract or something to not attack each other anymore. It's just stop for the moment.
But didn't they
And
break
historically, ceasefires would happen and they did break it. So that goes to show you, like, I mean, I did vote for Trump, but he's giving himself a little too much credit for what's gone on. It wasn't just a 12-day war. This war is going to continue. They will attack each other again. It seems pretty apparent that there's some uranium missing. We don't know if it's in China. There's been different reports. It could be anywhere in the country. It wasn't a completely successful bombing raid that they did to take out the nuclear facilities. So I think that right now this is just a ceasefire, but the war is definitely not over. It's only a matter of time. It could be days, weeks, but I think it'll be much sooner than later when both sides start shooting at each other again. And hopefully the U.S. won't get involved, because we just bombed them, which the U.S. has done to many countries like Yemen and so many other countries through, the decades, through other presidents. Never has we gone to war for things like that. But once we do go to war, and if we ever do get sucked into a war with Iran, there will be boots on the ground, because there's never been a war probably in the last 120 years that the United States has fought that boots were not on the ground.
Yeah.
And it always seems like we're helping, like I was saying last week, these are like our proxies. Like we helped out the South Koreans fight the North Koreans, and then eventually our troops went there. We were supplying a lot of the people that we support during World War II. It's just all through history. But if we do get sucked into war, there's never been a war, like I said, in the last about 120 years that the U.S. is involved, where boots don't get put on the ground and our men and women get killed in combat. So we hope that doesn't happen.
Right.
But don't let everything what's being said from both sides. This is what's called the fog of war.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, this is just a ceasefire. And like I was saying, typically through history, both sides, when they would declare a ceasefire, it was just usually so they could collect the dead and injured. And it was usually just so they could bury their dead for both religious reasons and then also to prevent disease from spreading on the battlefield.
Yeah.
But it's a little different in modern times. So the ceasefire necessarily isn't meaning they're collecting their dead off the battlefield, but this doesn't mean that the war is over at all. This is definitely still going on, and things can kick off at any time. So don't be complacent with just because Trump said Iran or Israel. We just have to look at all sides, and as Americans, we know what we have to do to take care of our families. We have to learn how to take care of ourselves through homesteading, and we have to be here to protect our homeland too, especially us older ones. But we have to be sure as Americans that we don't get sucked into any more wars. That's all I wanted to say.
Yes. Thank you, JP. Go ahead, Jimmy. Go ahead.
There's 2 points I want to address on that. And before I go into those 2 points, Ruby, can you go to my Facebook page, please? And this is in relation to what JP said about the woman in the chess tournament and how she was going to be treated by the government. I have a video on there. I probably posted it probably Sunday night or so, but it should be a picture of an Iranian guy, just a simple Iranian guy standing there, and he's talking. Yeah, just keep scrolling. There's a reason why I want to play that if we can find it. I posted a lot in the last couple of days.
Yep. Okay, so that was the prince.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too far away.
The possums.
The possums.
Okay.
And I'm going somewhere with this.
Mm-hmm.
That's not him. That's the shock. That was Hillary.
Yeah.
Not him. Pretty
Okay.
sure.
Is it a picture or a video?
It's a video. It's a guy talking. It's a reel. That one.
Oh, this guy.
I think it's that guy. Let's play that in relation. Then I'll make the second
I just
point.
wanted to share with y'all that the Islamic regime in Iran, the Islamic government, shut down the internet for over 12 hours right now. So we haven't heard anything of our families and friends. And remember, this is not America. This is not Israel doing this. This is a fucking government in Iran. This is an Islamic regime. And y'all wonder why we hate them? They've been doing this to my people for 47 years. We are worried for the political prisoners. We are worried for our regular people because we think that since they're losing the war to Israel, they might just take their fucking revenge on our own people. And y'all wonder why we hate them, why my people are cheering on Israel to bomb them. And then we do have some people that come to us and ask us, why are you happy that Israel is bombing Iran? Israel is not bombing Iran. Israel is bombing IRGC and the Islamic regime, their bases, their members. And yes, my people love that. My people hate the government. We've been trying to take them down for 46 years and they killed us. They killed us so many fucking times. They killed our kids. So don't fucking tell us that bullshit.
So right there, I mean, that's straight from a dude from Iran. And one of the strikes that Israel took was in a prison that blew open the doors. And this is a prison where the IRCG was holding political prisoners, kind of like J6 prisoners. And so they blew the doors open, and all them prisoners have been escaping out of there. People that were against the government. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, and to go along with what you were saying too, remember the other day when Israel bombed that news broadcasting, and there was that female reporter,
right?
And she was running out of the news studio when it was getting bombed. Well, one of these ladies that I follow who escaped from Iran, she posted that picture or that video clip on Instagram, and she put, "I fear for my family, but what happened to this lady is golden."
And I think probably the reason why she said that is because she is what we she's the propaganda arm of the IRCG. She's, because they have state-run media.
Exactly. That's exactly
Yeah.
why she said that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's state-run media. That's why.
Because I think, ironically, at that moment, the reporter, she was swinging and waving her finger. She was pretty much condemning the United States and Israel at the time when that bomb hit. It was just kind of ironic.
Correct.
Yeah,
Now,
their social media, their media is nothing but propaganda.
correct. Let me make my second point about what JP said a second ago when he was talking about, the United States government getting sucked into all these wars over the years. Again, we got to go back to the three sides of the triangle. The first side of the triangle was the Vatican. That was the religious arm of the globalist New World Order. The second one is London. London is the financial arm. And the third is Washington, D.C., which was supposed to be the military arm. That is why our government has gotten us involved in all these wars, because they are the third side of the triangle, the military arm. That's why.
Yes,
And
thank you, Jimmy.
And that's what's being taken down at the moment.
Yes, just really quickly before we move to the second half of the show, because this really ran a long time. It's already midnight. So really quickly, I want to give Linda a 3-minute window to make a comment, and then I'm gonna play my my intro for the next part of the show. Go ahead,
God,
Linda.
it's 12 o'clock. I knew this was going to be a long show tonight. Sorry, Linda. Go ahead.
Linda.
Hey, everybody. So I have a question and I'd like to make a statement. My question is, okay, so we went over there and bombed this area that makes nuclear stuff. Is that going to damage like the environment? Like, I don't know how all that works. Like, okay, I'm not talking about whether it was the right thing to do or wrong thing to do, but is that dangerous to be blowing up stuff like that?
There was no fallout from anything. These things were not in a position of being ready to deploy or anything like that. It was being created. So there's no threat to the environment over something like that.
Okay, that's what I want to know. Okay. Yeah, so Jose, welcome to the show. I know you get excited when you're trying to talk and everything, but please let people finish saying what they're saying. I know it's tough. I have a hard time not interrupting and taking the conversation to where my head is thinking, but especially like, otherwise the conversation gets very chaotic, you know?
Yeah.
That's all I
This
wanted
is
to
America.
suggest. This is America? Yeah.
I'm just kidding. I hear you.
Yeah, but it definitely was very interesting. So I want to thank everybody for
Absolutely.
hopping on and
Absolutely.
discussing.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for joining, Linda. I'm gonna go ahead and play the next intro for our next part of the show, because we have a few other topics that I want to discuss with you guys, especially in the chat. So let's get into it. All right, everybody. Welcome to the next part of our show. I'm going to put the link once again if you don't have it already. If anybody else wants to join, now is the time, because we're going to be shifting topics, and we do shift through them pretty quickly. There's a few of them that I really want to get to, and hopefully Jimmy stays on at least till 1. Sorry, Jimmy. We went
we're good. I ain't got nowhere to be in the morning.
Okay, thank God, because I have so many other stuff that I want to talk about. and it's gonna you guys already know how this show goes. If you're new here, this is the part where we get unpopular, we get canceled, we get dragged, we get offensive, we
We
get
get videos
messy.
made about us.
Yeah, so we already have a few haters that make videos about us because of how crazy the show can get, and that's okay.
We
But
had another wardrobe change.
oh yes, that's a new hat, right?
There's a new hat.
What does it say?
Oh, this is the original Trump 2020, Make America Great. And then my other shirt is the fight, fight, fight from the Butler shooting.
Oh, that's nice, Jimmy. Wow. I have to up my game because all I have is a MAGA flag, and I used to have a hat, and I don't even know where it is right now. So I have to up my game. Okay, Jimmy. So this one particular topic is coming out of North Carolina, Jimmy. So I want to get
Okay.
your opinion about this. This was just posted on Breaking 911 on X. The caption says, "Watch, North Carolina auto shop owner apologizes for employees' Juneteenth comments." Now, before we play that, clip, Trump did say recently that there was too many like federal holidays, and
Yeah.
I think he talked. I don't know if he said Juneteenth specifically.
He didn't
but
say nothing specifically.
Okay, nothing specific. Okay, great. Because I think, to me, he was insinuating the Juneteenth, but I don't know for sure. He just made a comment about too many federal holidays and what that is for like the working people, that a lot of people want to work on those holidays. But these are some holidays that either don't make sense, or it's like, why do we even have it as a holiday? At
Right.
least federally, that you have to take off of work, right?
Okay.
So let me know in the comments, agree or disagree about these types of holidays becoming that they are already federal and we have to take off of work for a holiday like Juneteenth. If anybody has an opinion, unmute yourself now and let me know. Fallen, I saw you unmute yourself. You have a comment?
Yeah, my apologies. To be honest, can you repeat your question?
Like, do you think it's a good thing, or like, do you agree or disagree with holidays like Juneteenth or any other holidays that they became federalized and that people take a day off of work for it and stuff like that?
I feel like.
Do they get paid?
What about Pride Month? That's ridiculous, ain't it?
Well, that's an entire month, and that's more of like a social thing. I don't think Pride is federal. Is it federal, Jimmy? I
No,
don't think so.
no. They
I don't
tried.
know. You can get you go to jail just for telling something.
They
What's it
tried.
called?
They
You
tried to
get
make it
a,
federal.
you get a hate crime and all this
Pass
stuff.
on that one. Let's pass on that one. We've got two gay people on this panel. Just pass on this one, okay?
Hey, you all don't deserve a month.
I don't mind
Nah, I'm
talking
just
about
kidding.
it.
But why do you? But anyway, but Juneteenth. Isn't that when the slavery was abolished?
Yes, but they
No.
federalized it. That's the point. So I don't want to go on a tangent. I want to stick to this because a lot of people feel like a holiday like Juneteenth shouldn't be federalized. I mean, it could be a holiday if you want it to be, but why is it federal?
I
What's
don't
the
think
purpose
it
of a
should
holiday?
be, because nobody these days right now are like even like went through that. You know what I mean? So like it should just be like a like a Valentine's Day type deal. You know, like, oh, today this happens. It's all right. Go to work. You know, it's just put it through the bushes. You know what I mean? Type deal. I don't know.
Okay, and
Can I
Fallen.
get my take on it
Okay,
real
go
quick,
ahead, Jimmy. Sorry.
so we don't get off on a tangent?
Mhm.
So here's my thinking. I kind of look at it differently, of course. Would y'all expect anything different? I look at the motive for putting it in and making it federalized. I look at when that was done, what administration that was done in, and we also need to look at what this, behind the story of it. A lot of people think that it was because of slavery was ended. That's not the full truth of what Juneteenth is. What happened was slavery was abolished, yes, but there were we didn't have the media like we have today. So there were certain factions of folks that were slaves that didn't know yet that slavery had been abolished.
No.
So it takes place in Galveston, Texas. There were slaves there that were told, hey, you're no longer a slave. They didn't want to believe the people that told them that. But then once they found out that slavery was June 19th, that was the day that they found out that slavery was abolished. So that is the truth behind what Juneteenth is. But the Democratic Party has hijacked it to put the slavery thing back into the narrative of the public. And then they try to say, oh, well, we ended slavery. No, it was the Republican Party that was created back during that time because of this. It was the Republican Party that got rid of slavery. It wasn't the Democratic Party.
Right, correct.
Wow.
So
Now, how many people do you think know that?
But the Democrats mostly Democrats are the ones celebrating Juneteenth. Make that make sense.
And I don't think a lot of people know that. I mean, they don't know really much of the history. They don't know about that holiday. I mean, I've never heard of Juneteenth when I was little, so that's
exactly.
That's just new to me.
I heard it when I was in Arkansas. It was actually a thing. Like they had block parties over it. Like a lot of people block parties. Like from pretty cool, you know. Actually,
I mean, I don't have a problem with it. I just want people to understand the truth behind it and not say, oh, it's because we were free and the Democratic Party freed the slaves and this is all about unity and racial, you know, get along, whatever.
Yeah,
they're celebrating it for the wrong reason.
So Juneteenth is like the northern. Oh no. So let's see. So the slaves in Texas, they didn't know until June 19th.
Right. So that became a federal holiday to observe that the slaves finally found out they were free, and now it's a federal holiday. So I think that's what people were kind of talking about when Trump made that comment. And then my algorithm showed me this video coming out of North Carolina. So I want to show it and then get your guys' opinion about it.
It started Wednesday when a customer in the waiting area at Synergy Auto Care asks, why are the banks closed? An employee behind the desk replies, Juneteenth. New holiday they did leading to this comment from the customer. That's when another employee says, I know, right? Immediately, a black woman sitting in the waiting area starts to walk out, appearing upset over the exchange.
Pull my truck around, please. Pull my truck around and give me my keys to my truck.
Seconds after the customer leaves, a third customer in the waiting area asks,
What is Juneteenth?
Exactly. Nobody really knows, but I think it's something to do with reparations. Once word spread about the incident, the shop's owner, Josh Joherty, posted the footage online to explain what happened. He quickly removed the post and his business's Facebook page after receiving fierce backlash.
What did your staff member mean by I know right in response to that customer?
She was thinking the holiday had a whole nother meaning. She was believing it had to do something with the school letting out teenagers where the teeth came from it.
WRAL made several attempts to contact the woman seen walking out in the video, which has now been shared widely on social media. Her relatives told us she was unavailable for an interview. Several accounts have voiced support for the woman. Thank you for standing up for us at that shop, love, said one commenter. You did the right thing, said another.
Okay, so in less than 3 minutes, I would like to know your opinion about this because I thought that this was a little overboard, but who knows? Let me know in the chat how you guys feel about it. And on the stage, we'll go one by one.
What did the original customer say to prompt the I know, right? I missed that.
Because the guy said, I think it has to do with something about reparations. And then the other customer said, okie dokie, like,
it was before that. It was before that when the customer said, I know, right? What was the comment made before that?
That was the employee. She goes, I know, right? Because she was agreeing with the other customer when he said, like, okay, like he was just shrugging his shoulders, like, okay.
See, because
it was a regular conversation. There was nothing really offensive about it. That's why I was like, why is this a thing? Like, why is this going viral on the internet the way it is?
Yeah, I didn't
Yeah.
really understood why she was upset. On top of, I have a really bad attention span. But my opinion on Juneteenth is, if you get paid on a holiday, so what? Okay, great, yay, I get paid. Like holidays to me, I mean, being raised a Jehovah's, I didn't care. Even still, like I'm still trying to get used to celebrating holidays. So like Juneteenth, I remembered doing a videography for an event and they were celebrating Juneteenth. So I don't know, I felt it was a nice gathering. Nice, I mean, that's great. Slavery's abolished, that's
Right.
great.
But just because this was posted on the internet, the business got so much backlash that he took off the Facebook page, he took off like everything off the internet because of this interaction. Like that's how bad it was.
It's because this whole slavery race thing is a very hot topic. And this is the one topic that the people can push to create division and problem. If we didn't even have Juneteenth, would this have ever happened? Nope.
Okay, so here goes the tweet. It says Trump on Juneteenth, quote, too many non-working holidays in America. It's costing our country billions of dollars to keep all of these businesses closed. The workers don't want it either. Soon we'll end up having a holiday for everyone working for everyone's working day of the year. It must change if we are going to make America great again. So that's what it was. He posted that on Juneteenth.
From a business standpoint, I can understand that because there are, I mean, like, hell, I was upset we were closed last week because I wrote business on Thursday and I submitted it to AFLAC. And I wake up Friday morning to look at my paycheck and I didn't get paid. And I'm like, what the hell happened? Why didn't I get paid today or from yesterday? Then I call AFLAC and they're like, oh, yeah, Jimmy, we were closed. It was Juneteenth. What?
Right.
So I'm kind of with Jose on this thing. You know, you can have the holiday. I don't have a problem with it as long as you understand the truth behind it. Create it like Valentine's. Treat it like Valentine's Day. You know, that's how I feel. I don't think it needs to be a federal holiday.
Okay. Another quick news moment. I saw this long time ago and I forgot to bring it up. This guy that I follow does like the weather. He posted this on June 13th. He said, for the first time in history, a heat advisory has been issued in Alaska. Did you see that? Alaska? Are you kidding? Like what?
Did not see that. Weather
Yeah, that was kinda crazy.
manipulation.
Yes. Let me see what else I have in my stash because I have so many bookmarks that we forgot to bring up. And welcome to the chat, Nathan here. He says Massey is a moron. What? After the strike, he calls it unconstitutional for not authorized to Congress. The president of the United States doesn't need to tell to Congress or authorize it. Well, you know what? I was gonna bring up Macy in a minute because did you guys see the attack that Trump, really targeted Macy? Did you see what he said about him?
I did.
Well, that was kind of crazy. So if you haven't seen it, I was just going to pull up the tweet really quickly. I won't read the entire thing. But Trump says Congress Thomas Macy of Kentucky is not MAGA, even though he says he is. Actually, MAGA doesn't even want him. And then more down, he says MAGA should drop this pathetic loser Tom Macy like the plague. If you're interested in knowing what, the full, rant that Trump went on Macy, it was kind of a little insane to me. Why do you think Trump would be targeting Macy like this just because he was in disagreement with what happened? And we already spoke about that for like 2 hours, so we don't need to go back to that. But mainly, I don't think that Trump should be targeting congressmen like this. What's your opinion on that?
I got two opinions on this. First opinion is, from what I have seen from Thomas Massey, he doesn't look like he's make America great again. I don't like the guy. That's because of the things that he's done. The other thing, another way to look at it, is this fight between Massey and Trump. Is that scripted?
I didn't even think of it like that. Okay. But Trump has done this before with Massey. This is not the first time.
He's done this before with several other people. Elon being the latest one.
Right.
So, and he did it with, oh God, his first, Jeff Sessions. He did it with Jeff Sessions, the first attorney general he had in his cabinet in the first term. So I think that they create some of this stuff for other reasons, but yeah, it could be scripted, it could be real, and Massey's a butthead. So
I think it's real, and I think it's because he's anti-Israel, and the comments that he's been making are more towards the America First movement. Like I agree with Macy 100% of the time, so I understand the disagreement. But the way Trump was talking about him was insane. Like he was calling him a loser, pathetic.
That's why it just makes me think that some of this stuff is scripted.
Okay, I don't know. I guess so. But in my opinion, I don't think that the president should be talking like that about a sitting, congressman. Like, you know what I'm saying? People voted for him. They want him there. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. It just rubbed me the wrong way that he was talking about a congressman like that.
Speaking, you just said voting. They voted him in there. Did you see the latest news that came out a couple of days ago about evidence coming out that China forged ballots for the 2020 election?
I did not see that.
Yes. And
wow.
We told people that back in 2020. And now the evidence is coming out that, and it's on my Facebook page. There's a little blip of it to explain it a little bit more. But yeah, they were involved in creating ballots in the 2020 election.
Well, that wouldn't surprise me. I mean, even in 2020, we were screaming that from the rooftops, and we were just getting banned left and right from every platform, social media platform, and getting called election deniers or whatever.
Yeah, see, this is the whole this is proof of when I say you guys just need to wait because the information is going to come out. It's happened a lot over the past year. In 2020, we were telling people, hey, the Chinese have their hands in creating ballots here in the United States. Like you just said, we get a note on our Facebook, this is disinformation, or we get kicked off, or we get a strike. And then lo and behold, comes out, yeah, they were doing it. There's evidence for it.
Okay, so I'm interested in that. Yeah, I do want to see more of that.
I'll find it. I'll find it and tag you in it.
Okay, cool. Another great bust was made recently. This was posted on June 13th. Breaking news: 109 trafficked children were rescued in North Texas through Operation Soteria Shield. 244 arrests were made, which is exposing how prominent child exploitation is in North Texas. In addition to the arrest and rescues, the law enforcement seized extensive volumes of digital evidence. So yeah, I just wanted to share that really quickly because we do touch on that on the channel a little bit. And this was the biggest bust that I've seen.
There's usually a story, 2 or 3 stories every week right now on those same lines.
Yeah. I mean, that's a good thing. The last sting was in Florida, which we talked about that a long time ago as well. It's like they're finally doing something about it, because it was always my opinion that they know that this is happening. They know it exists, but once again, they allow it to happen in our country. And that's just my opinion. I think that they allow it to happen and that they know exactly where all these kids are, because I think long time ago, Trump said they're either like dead or gone, but most of them are dead. Remember when he made that comment?
Yeah, because he that whole racket is all to make money. It's all a way for them to fund their operations. And so this is why I think they're freaking out a lot, because they're losing a lot of their funding mechanisms. The child trafficking thing is being exposed. It's being shut down. You got different cartels and that have, they got sanctions on them now that they can't get some of their stuff in. That affects the deep state's money line. The money laundering, that's what Doge was all about, to expose all the money laundering. So it's just another way of them making money.
Exactly. Okay, so moving on to a
I have a quick question, Ruby.
Oh, go ahead, Linda.
Like a lot of the stuff that the show brings up, like the story you just did and other stuff, is there any way you can post this info in the description box after the show? If you start doing that, can you think about doing
You
that?
mean like the videos that I pull up?
Yeah, the videos and like the news or whatever you just read and stuff.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll try to see if I can because I bookmarked them on Twitter, so I would have to find the tweet and then put the link and share it. If I find my links, I'll include it. Yeah, in the comments section.
Oh, comments, not just okay. However you want to do it. I just thought I'd request it and maybe you'd have it beforehand or whatever. I don't want to make you do a whole bunch of work, but I always think I gotta find that. Okay, that's all I wanted to ask. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, I mean, I got you on Discord. I could DM you whenever these things pop up, I'll send it to you. Because you could also just look up the username, the handle on Twitter, and it'll pop up too. You could like the search engine, so it's really easy. It's not too much of a problem.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. The quick question, Jimmy, did you see the that little election going on for mayor in New York City?
No.
Okay, so there was I got like two different subjects about that one. There was a clip about the candidates for mayor in New York City.
Okay.
Oh, and that sucks because I wish I had it. Let me see if I could pull it up real quick. Mayor, let's see, NYC mayor candidates. Let's see, because they were asking them questions, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the only question that they were asking them was whether or not they would go, like the question was, which foreign country would you visit? And I thought that was a really weird question for a mayor. Like, why would they be asking anybody running for mayor, which foreign country would they go?
That's interesting. Yeah, why would they? Why is that even important?
Exactly. And they were insinuating the okay, I think this is it. Let me see. Dang. Okay, right here.
Mayor? I will be doing, as the mayor, I'll be standing up for Jewish New Yorkers and I'll be meeting them wherever they are across the 5 boroughs, whether that's in their synagogues and temples or at their homes or at the subway platform, because ultimately we need to focus on delivering on their concerns.
And just yes or no, do you believe in a Jewish state of Israel?
I believe Israel has the right to exist.
Not as a Jewish state?
As a state with equal rights.
He won't,
Okay.
he
Not
won't
as a
say it
Jewish
has a
state.
right to exist as a Jewish state. Be very
And
clear
his
on that.
answer was no, he won't visit Israel.
I said that.
That's what he was trying to say.
No. Unlike
No,
you, I
you
answer.
never-
Unlike
you
you, I
never
answer
said
questions
no.
very
Okay.
directly.
All right, I
and
think
I
we're
want to
clear.
be
You
very
answered-
clear. I
you answered-
believe every state should be a state of equal rights.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Mamdani. Mr. Blake.
Mr. Mamdani.
Yeah, they were really grilling that guy because he wasn't saying, I guess, what they wanted him to say. I don't know if you saw that clip.
Actually,
that was like the,
I actually remember seeing that clip briefly.
and that was like the end part of it. Like if you find it later on and you find like the entire clip, it was kind of funny because it was like they were trying to force him to say that, and they kept asking and asking and asking, and that's all he said was what we just saw. And I thought that was really, really weird, right? Like really weird. And like, why would you ask that for he's just gonna be the mayor, like not a president. He doesn't have to visit any foreign countries or like double down on a stance when it has nothing to do with New York City.
It looked like they were trying to create a gotcha moment with that guy.
Yes. Definitely.
That's what it looked like.
Okay,
Or,
so
who is your allegiance really to?
yeah, that was really weird. I mean, why don't you ask him about problems in New York right now? What he plans for New York right now, because that's what he's running for. Like that would make sense. But then I saw this clip. I don't know. Okay, look at this. The caption says, "I love the gringo on the right in the do-rag." And then this was posted on June 9th. And the caption says, Cuomo, quote, 180 languages spoken in our public schools. That's a strength, not weakness. So I'm going to play the clip and then I'm going to ask you your opinion.
The city of New York. We are the capital of diversity. 180 languages spoken in our school system. 180 different languages, people from all across the world. That makes us stronger, not weaker. And we are the city of.
Do you see this guy in the blue do-rag? Yo, I was on the floor. I was laughing uncontrollably. Look at this guy.
That's hilarious.
Now, how do you feel about that comment? And how do you feel about them wearing these things on their head? It's like I don't
All
get
right,
it.
so the whole scene, that looks staged as hell. That looks staged as hell. And his comment of 180 languages are spoken in our schools, that's stupid. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
That creates confusion. That creates more. And yeah, there was so much wrong with that.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, why do Americans feel as if they have to change or put something on to be relatable?
Well, again, if you're trying, okay, let's think like Jimmy does here for a second. If you're trying to integrate things and make a one world government, you need to get these red, white, and blue, hardcore, loving, beer drinking, whatever Americans to start accepting other ways of life because they're bringing it in. And the only way they can try to cut down on being rebelled against is to make it seem like assimilation is a good thing.
Right.
Over the country without firing a shot.
Yep.
And what proof do we have? We talked about it tonight. The Iranian people. The girls only wear the hijab because they've been taught to wear it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's a subtle thing that a lot of people don't recognize.
Because you get used to it and you're like,
Exactly.
well, this is my life is planned already. This is my role. This is how I should look. This is
if they wanted
what life means.
I mean, what was I going to say? And we just look at if they want to get their ideology in place or get it accepted, they nudge us with propaganda. You know, it's the same.
Stop selling me shit. Sorry.
Well, they've been selling a lot of us for a very long time.
Yeah, but as a politician who's running for an American office, I don't feel the need to do this. Like you said, it's performative. It looks like theater to me. Like, why are you? Like, why can't you just go as your regular self in a suit? Like,
because
why are you?
They don't care about us. They don't work for us. They work for their deep state lordies. They're the red hats. So to speak.
Yeah. It feels like they're pandering to this group of people to get their vote.
Exactly.
And I just don't like it. Aside from that, his comment about 180 languages is what makes us strong, not weak in schools. What? Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Okay. Let's ask the Tower of Babel about that.
Yeah, and somebody literally just said that in the comments too. 180 languages like Babel. I get that. But in America, and that's why I was like happy that Trump made the official language English, because that's just makes sense. You know what I'm saying? Like, why? And we did talk about this recent, like long
we've
time
talked
ago.
about this. Yeah,
we did touch on this, how you have to press 2 for a different language, or 3, or when you get government papers, you get a whole other page in like 5 or 10 different languages to translate something, like some government paper, or some or even like emergency sign, or like an exit sign or something. And that to me is weird too. So I don't know. I just don't like it.
It's just part of this getting us used to it.
Hey guys, speaking of language, I liked when Trump landed the F-bomb.
Yeah, that was great. I was loving that this morning.
I don't know.
And
Okay.
like our president is very comfortable.
Yeah, that's why in this comment that Laura Bola put out, has this already been done, and are we just watching the scripted end of the movie? That's why I feel Trump never looked stressed out. If you think about it, he never really looked stressed out.
Yeah.
Or maybe he just knows how to hold it. I don't know.
Yeah, he knows. Yeah, he's good
Maybe
at it.
that, and maybe he just knows what the hell's going on.
Right.
Hi, Gigi. Welcome to the stage. Go ahead.
Hey, pretty good. Yeah, I think you really misunderstood what happened in New York City. It's a primary for the mayor, right? But what happened is you're witnessing a destruction of what used to be the Democratic Party. It's still the Democratic Party. But let me help you understand. So we have a thing called the Republican Party, right? Donald Trump's in charge. But imagine if we had an election today and Alex Jones wins. He's a Republican, Donald Trump's a Republican, but it's a different type of Republican, right? So what happens now, it's the Republican Party now becomes a civil war. Everyone is fighting. The old guard doesn't want to give up the power to the new guard. So this is not a criticism of any Democrat in New York City. What you saw is the old guard, Cuomo. He's the guy with the power, Hillary Clinton, all of the old timers. And along comes this guy saying, I'm a socialist and we need to have government run grocery stores, which is the classic communist. It happens in all Venezuela and everything, Cuba, whatever. But that's not the point. So you have a guy who has no history in the Democrat Party. He's never built anything in the Democrat Party. And he's taking over the Democrat Party. So they're in a turmoil. And this could happen to any party. But that's what you're witnessing is a bomb just went off in their party. And you're going to start seeing a power struggle for people to stay or people to go.
You're exactly right, Gilbert. In that regard. Yeah, because he's exactly right, because we're seeing that with the AOC wing of the Democratic Party. What we see is that communist socialist attitude was not pushed enough with, dare you say, regular Democrats, the old guard. So they're moving further and further to the left, and they're trying to take over the whole Democratic Party. So yeah, he's right.
Kind of sad to see that, because I still kind of had hope for the Democratic Party.
I'll stand by this comment, and I can get laughed at, whatever, but I've said it before. I think after everything is said and done, the Democratic, y'all can write this down, I don't think they'll exist.
I think they will. I don't think they're going anywhere. They do need to have a huge rebranding, that's for sure. But I still had hope that can happen. Like they could rebrand, they can get better people, and they'll win.
And just to clarify my comment before I get hounded about it, I'll say the Democratic Party will cease to exist, but so will the faction of the rhinos in the Republican Party who have been working with the Democratic Party.
So I think that would
I guess bottom line, the Uniparty will cease to exist. There we go. That's fair. That's what I see happening.
I don't know. I think it'll never go away. I don't think anything's ever going to change. As maybe it will change in another 100 years. Maybe we won't be here to find out.
Yeah, I don't think so. But we'll see. Time will tell.
Mr. R in the chat says DNC, no funding, no candidate, Jews leaving, blacks leaving, Latino leaving, cooked.
Yeah, it's true.
But they could have a comeback. I think they can have a great comeback. And that's
what are they going to run on? What are they going to run on?
We need the Democratic Party really needs Andrew Yang back, in my opinion, because I loved Andrew Yang back when I was I was more left leaning. it was Bernie Sanders for me and Andrew Yang. Those were the two. I would have voted for them if they were on a ticket. I would have voted.
But Bernie Sanders is a professed socialist.
I know that now, but what I'm saying is the messaging. The Bernie was grandpa. Like, that was a guy who I would trust, and I would have voted for him back then. But the things that they were saying, especially the universal income, like Andrew Yang, I would have voted for that guy. That was like the top on my list. So I don't know. I feel like if they go back to that and work from there.
I have a question. Do you think universal income would be a good thing for America?
Yes.
Okay.
But I would rather it Doge giving our money back.
Okay. Yeah, I totally agree with that. We need to get back. So let me just ask here. That would be the government telling me how much I'm worth.
I don't see it like that. I see it as the government paying what they owe us for ripping us off for so long.
So that would be your definition of universal health or universal income?
Well, not definition, but like justification. Like I can agree with it because the American government has been stealing from us and ripping us off and literally killing us, poisoning us with big pharma, and they owe it to us, this government.
Okay, so I get that. I think we're talking about two separate things here, because what you're talking about us getting justification and getting our money back from all the taxes, yes, 100% agree with that. Yes. But that's not the definition of what universal income is. There's two separate things.
Okay, so give me a baseline definition.
So basically, the universal income was a way for the government to say, hey, we're going to put a universal income and everybody's worth $5,000 a month. And this is what we're going to pay you.
Okay.
So you've got somebody who's, let's just say they're lazy. They try to avoid work as much as they can. They want to feed off other people, but yet now they're going to get $5,000 a month. All right. So then someone like me, who I can go out and have a really good month and make $9,000, I'm now limited because I can only have 5,000.
Okay, so I understand it now. So no, I would not agree with that. I agree with it in terms of it would have to be like heavily restricted to citizens only, people who are working, people who are registered to vote, people who own property. Like it would have to be a list of things that an upstanding citizen would qualify, especially a family with children would qualify for something like that. Or if we don't have something like that, then take away the taxes.
Is there, I totally agree with taking away the taxes, but is there anywhere in the Constitution that says the government has the right to tell you how much money you're worth, basically?
No.
In so many, yeah.
No.
Universal income is a socialistic move. That is
yes, it is.
Yeah. So, yeah, just wanted to talk about that.
But I would agree with something like that for American citizen families, especially young families who need to buy a home, who have children, like create the American dream. A jumpstart like that would be beneficial, and it has to come from somewhere.
Well, that's where you get rid of the taxes.
Exactly, right. So if it's not through that, it has to come from another way, and that's what this government is not helping.
Or you can do what Libya did, or you can do what Germany did in the 30s, and Trump has talked about this before, about incentivizing families or incentivizing couples to have kids and giving them financial aid for that.
Exactly. So it would have to come in some form, but the messaging will win for the Democrats is what I'm saying. Like if they go back to that and they just reform it, they would win because I would vote for something like that.
There's no way. Yeah, there's no way that they would put something like that in.
Well, I mean, we can be hopeful. I'm optimistic in that aspect, and I agree it is a little socialist, but This is like the good socialism.
There's
And
no
I know,
good socialism.
I know
Sorry,
you're
Ruby.
gonna say that.
There's
I
no
know you're
good
gonna say that.
socialism.
But something's gotta give. You cannot have so much evil and degeneration of a society and not promote the family and traditional values. Like it's too far apart. Something's gonna give.
Oh,
And
yeah.
that's where I feel the
What do you
breaking
mean by
point
go
is.
back to that? I'm confused.
You're asking me or Jimmy?
You. I'm asking you. I'm sorry, Ruby. I'm asking you because I've never heard of this universal income thing at all.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah. So that was the running when Bernie was running and Hillary took that election away from Bernie between Trump, and that was in 2015, 2016. And during that election season, Andrew Yang was the candidate who was promoting universal income, and he proposed $1,000 a month for every was it every family or every individual? I think it was for families.
I don't know exactly. I don't even remember what he promised.
I guess I'm sitting here thinking that you're speaking of the universal income, and I don't remember us ever being on universal income. And I'm thinking, because when you were saying going back to that, I'm like, remind me, because I don't remember. I don't remember us being on it. But what I'm hearing so far is it's been proposed to be on it. Is that what you mean?
Yes,
Okay.
Andrew Yang. Late when you have free time, look him up. He was a great candidate. I really thought he was gonna win, and that's what he was promising for his run for president. And I was like, man, I'm gonna vote for Andrew Yang. I was in the Yang gang.
Have we here in the U.S. ever had that universal income?
No.
Okay,
No,
good.
never.
I was really concerned I'd missed that. Okay, thanks for
Well,
answering that.
we've been kind of nudged in that direction
Okay.
with like Section A and Medicaid and some of these social programs where people are getting help with their electric bill, their rent. And there's that, which is being corrupted as hell and taken advantage of.
Yeah, but
We've seen the videos where people say, "Oh, I get this from the government, this from the government," and they're walking around with brand new iPhones, expensive sneakers, driving a Mercedes Benz. That's what they do. They feed off the government.
Yeah, but I don't think there would be restrictions as if you can't make more than the $1,000. Like I don't remember hearing that for universal income. That was just like a benefit for families to get an extra $1,000 every month, and that's what Andrew was saying. But I don't know. That was a very long time ago.
What did Ronald Reagan say? Hey, there's the most 8 dangerous words.
Yes,
Hi, we're the government. We're here to help you.
But you don't think the American government owes us that after all this bullcrap that they've done to us?
Again, it's two different things, in my opinion. No, there should not be universal income. But yes, we should get our taxes back. Totally agree with that.
That's fair. Okay, really quickly, I want to play this clip. I thought this was insane, and I think you have heard about this.
This popcorn is awesome.
Yeah, I'm totally craving it too. But did you see this? California Senator Alex Padilla.
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 Yeah.
Getting arrested? This was crazy.
I saw it briefly.
I'm Senator Alex Padilla. I have questions for the secretary because the fact of the matter is, I have a dozen violent criminals that you're rotating on your.
How many of our ICE agents have been doxxed for doing their duty? How they have been targeted?
I'm Senator Alex Padilla. I have questions.
Yeah.
I don't know what's behind that story. I didn't look into it.
So apparently, Kristi Noem was doing a conference or something. She was speaking, and that senator approached, and he started, I guess, heckling or talking back during the conference, and they had him physically removed. And he kept saying like, "Oh, I'm Senator, so and so, like stop." And they weren't stopping, so he's resisting the arrest. but he disrupted the little meeting that they were having there. You know what I'm saying? So it's like nobody's above the law, and in my opinion, that's what I'm thinking, right? So why couldn't he wait for his moment? Like I don't get it, but that was funny.
That was hilarious.
Yeah, this is actually the other angle of when they got him in the hallway.
Yeah, that wasn't funny to me whatsoever. I was going to say there was more to show about this video, and now we're seeing it.
Yeah, so what do you think about that, Linda? Did you see that?
Yes, he was even escorted into that room by the FBI and somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like he is just somebody off the streets. He said, I have a question. And once he said that, they were pushing him out.
Mm-hmm.
And he was already in that building for official business to begin with. So,
Mm-hmm.
and he did identify himself, as you heard. But, she later said, I wish he would have identified himself. But I think we hear him identifying himself. Could it have been in a better way? I guess. But it was directly after she said, we are here to liberate California from, from Newsom and, the way things are here. And personally, I don't appreciate that. I don't know if other Californians do, but yeah. So here to get rid of, Newsom and all this stuff? Nah. So when you said you had a question, what's wrong with that,
Yeah, I think that was like extreme. Like they physically picked him up, removed him, and then arrested him. I think he should have just like not resisted, not to create a scene, but he was really resisting. So I just wanted to see if you guys saw it, and if you saw it, Jimmy, and how do you feel about this? A senator getting arrested like that?
I think it's a pretty natural reaction when somebody attacks you. And I've also been seeing this with ICE. When people are being attacked, they are actually naturally trying to get away. And if you get attacked in a manner of being taken over, I would think your body might naturally go into a position of fighting somebody off of you that you experience being attacked from. But that's considered against the law. I didn't see him attacking these people, but yes, he was resisting, and I think that would come pretty natural. Just my opinion.
Okay. Any other thoughts? Gigi, welcome back to the stage, and then we have another guest, Vinyl. So welcome to the stage.
Well,
Go ahead, Gigi.
Well, it could be like there is people talking about like it's a Kardashian moment, where you know there's no such thing as bad publicity. Nobody knew who this guy was, and now everybody knows who he is. So that's just a theory, though. But hey, let me just tell you what this universal basic income is. Real simple, but it goes to show the hypocrisies even on the Republican side. But basically, what it is whether you're Donald Trump or Jeff Bezos or somebody who works at Walmart or McDonald's or unemployed, everybody gets 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, whatever the money is, whatever they agree on. So let's just use $2,000. Everybody's guaranteed $2,000 in the first day of the month. But what happens is they change the tax code so everybody gets taxed really high from billionaires on down. So it sounds great on paper, but it's also an accounting nightmare. You can just imagine. Do you really want to send out $2,000 checks to 330 million Americans? It's no. But what has been shot down by Republicans, and only about a third of the Republicans and very few Democrats agree on, in the last couple of elections, there's been a lot of Republicans who were proposing the first $30,000 to $50,000 that you make is tax-free, federal tax-free. So basically saying, this is where Donald Trump, I think, missed the mark. When he was at McDonald's making French fries, he should have told everybody, not only am I not going to tax you on tips, but the first $50,000 Jeff Bezos, Donald Trump, Elon Musk makes, or a French fryer at McDonald's, the first $50,000 or 30 or whatever, you pick a number, is tax-free. And this is doable. This is very easy to do. It doesn't, as far as money-wise, and as far as hurting the budget, it's extremely easy to do. Everybody knows that the rich pay the great majority of the taxes. So this thing about taxing all of these kids or even young adults or older people that work at McDonald's or part-time, jobs like that, it's not going to break the bank. They'll still make enough money to build all the bombs that they want to build. Taxing people who work at McDonald's is not going to make our roads unsafe. It's a lie. And this is a shame on the Republicans because this has been pushed a lot by Republicans. The first 30 to 50, that is better than universal basic income, because what they would be saying is we're going to let everybody, even the rich, keep the first $50,000, the first $30,000. Imagine if the first $30,000 that you make is tax-free. I mean, you could do a lot with that money. So that's the difference between universal income and the tax proposals. But the problem with the universal income is that everybody gets the same check, like horses coming out of a gate. At the first of the month, every American gets $2,000 check. But that creates a nightmare, and that's, it's unsustainable, no matter how much you collect of that money at the end of the month. But that's the idea of the universal basic income. Everybody's given money at the beginning of the month. The better idea is just don't tax them for the first $30,000, $50,000. That's
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you, Gigi. 100%. I agree.
I hope I answered your question on universal income. So. Okay.
No, yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. So one last topic I guess we can cover quickly, and maybe we can do a recap of this for like next Tuesday, because I want to know, Jimmy, if you have more information about this assassination. This was pretty crazy, in my opinion, because I think you did share this clip as well of this
Oh yeah.
representative. Yeah. So the tweet says, report shortly before Minnesota Representative Melissa Hortman was shot and killed, she broke down in tears in front of cameras after siding with Republicans. Hortman was the lone Democrat who voted to cut health care access for adult illegal immigrants. So this is the clip.
I will be hurt by that vote. And we worked very hard to try to get a budget deal that wouldn't include that provision.
DFL Speaker Emerita Melissa Hortman emotional following the House's adjournment from a special session Monday. Hortman was the lone DFL lawmaker to cast a vote to cut Minnesota care access for undocumented immigrants. It's a move she made with a heavy heart.
I did what leaders do. I stepped up and I got the job done for the people of Minnesota.
The bill was deeply unpopular with members of the DFL caucus. Members have repeatedly expressed frustration that the bill was part of a compromise, one that would ensure the necessary GOP votes to pass the rest of the state budget.
We are tremendously disappointed and gut-wrenched at this decision, at this compromise that compromises our communities that are most vulnerable.
Hortman knows she let down her own caucus members with the vote.
They're right to be mad at me. I think some of them are pretty angry. I think that their job was to make folks who voted for that bill feel like crap, and I think that they succeeded.
Over in the Senate, a similar situation unfolded. Senate Majority Leader Erin Murphy forced to vote for a bill she too disagreed with to uphold the integrity of their compromise.
This one hurt. This one is a wound because of its reason. My colleagues across the aisle set this as their number one priority.
Asked whether the move would drive a wedge between her and the rest of her caucus, her DFL colleague, Senator John Marty, quickly stepped to her defense.
As a member of the caucus, yes, sir, she clearly was fighting against it every step of the way. In the negotiations, if we wanted a budget, we had to agree to that. She agreed to put one vote for us because of that.
Reporting in St. Paul, I'm Quinn Gorham.
That one lady looked scared as hell.
Uh-huh. Yeah. I mean, what is that? Like that? Like that's and even more crazy is that is he still the governor? The governor was accused of making a hit, maybe, or
yeah.
like he targeted her. Like what?
there was a lot going on when that story broke. What was that, like early last week? Maybe 2 weeks ago.
It was
But
last Saturday. I mean, yeah, not this last Saturday, but the Saturday before. I'm sorry to
yeah,
interrupt.
yeah. So I didn't do enough research on this to be able to speak of it, but from just looking at it, it looks shady as hell.
Okay, so if you don't mind, maybe you can do some digging in, the way you do. Go down a couple rabbit holes and see if you could send me some info, because that was really crazy. I mean, I don't think we've seen an assassination like this, right? Like, do you remember of any representatives getting assassinated?
I just look at it this way. If you go against the globalists and their agenda, you're probably going to be taken out. We've seen it too many times. I mean, look at the Clinton body count.
Yeah, I know about that one. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I missed what was up for discussion or what was up for vote. What was it? Emergency medical help, or I'm not sure what they were talking. What the subject was that they were voting for.
What the issue was?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what was the issue?
It was voting for a bill that would cut Medicaid. I think it was Medicaid for illegal immigrants. So she voted no, and then shortly after, she was shot and killed alongside her husband and the dog. And it looks like a hit, like an assassination. And they said it's politically motivated.
Yeah, so it looks like there was an agenda that the D's had. She went against that agenda, and she got taken out.
Everything in my research says that they don't qualify for getting Medicaid or Medicare, and that if they have an emergency and go to the hospital, they'll be cared for in emergency situations, but like they don't qualify for benefits like welfare and stuff like that and food stamps. There are other things like SNAP, maybe for like young babies and young mothers and stuff, like they have access to milk. Like there's a few other things that are on the fringes, but that's not something they get so far.
Right, which is why it was up for a vote. They wanted a yes vote. They wanted to pass it so that the state of Minnesota is a state that would give them these benefits. So she voted no, and she went against her party, and then she gets assassinated. So that's why I want Jimmy to kind of do some homework for me, if you don't mind.
And then there was another couple that was attempted to be assassinated as well. They survived. I believe they're still healing. I'm not real clear. Yes.
Do you remember what state that was?
No, I'm sorry. I don't even remember their names, but I'll try to bring that to you later.
Awesome. Okay, cool, Linda. If you find it, let me know. That's super interesting to me. I don't think I've ever seen or heard of a representative or senators or governor. Like I that is not heard of. I don't know if you guys have ever experienced that. Do you remember any of that?
If we want to look at it as a politician going against the system, we can agree to that, right?
Yes. Yeah.
All right, here's the list: JFK, Abraham Lincoln, Ronald Reagan, McKinley.
Yeah.
So it's part of their pattern.
Yeah, but those are presidents. Like that's, I mean.
Well, yeah, they're presidents, but they still went against. They still went against the agenda. So now we got senators and state representatives, and I guarantee you, we could probably look, but there's been others. They haven't made the the headlines, but there have been other senators and congressmen that have been assassinated.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, look, they tried to take out Steve Scalise during the Obama administration with the whole shooting at the Congress baseball game.
Oh, I think I remember that.
Remember that?
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I think you're reminding me. That's right. Okay. Yeah, that's really interesting to me. So
So it wasn't just the assassination of her, it was her and her husband.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And even the dog too, like damn.
Okay.
Yep. Well, that was awesome. Cat B just became a member of the channel. I saw that earlier. So thank you, Cat B. That's really cool. But I might take membership things off because I don't really make exclusive content. And, you know, it just doesn't make any sense. So, I mean, it's cool for now, I guess. I'll keep it on until I guess like a month or something, and then I'll turn it off. All right, guys. So any final thoughts? Because that's it for me tonight. And then next Tuesday, we can pick up from where we left off. Go ahead.
So those that are on, Linda, you want to make any final comments tonight?
Mm-hmm.
Just that I think that I think that we can have conversations and not have to degrade one another within our conversations. And I believe that we are being pitted against each other for a reason. And I don't want us to be divided against and then conquered. So I think the more we're willing to listen to each other and have dignified conversations, I want to encourage that. Plus, those of us who have left a cult kind of don't know how to do that. Being right was a really big deal. I mean, our survival through Armageddon depended on us being right. And today we can actually find great freedom in saying, you know what, I don't know about that subject. I'm going to go check it out more. And being wrong is okay. You know, we can learn either way, being spot on or not, and talking with others that we disagree with. I mean, you know, there's things I've disagreed with both of you guys and vice versa. But I do think that we can have decent conversation in the meantime. And that's what I want to encourage. That's about it.
I want to respond. Oh, go ahead, Paul.
Yes, go ahead, Fallen.
Yeah, I want to say I really enjoy watching and listening into all these discussions every Tuesday. So I really appreciate you, Ruby and Jimmy, and also Pasta Babe. I loved hearing your comments. I love hearing everybody on here. Just, I don't know, it's nice to know what's going on around the world together instead of just listening it like by yourself. Like, yeah, like there's a lot of research I got to do, and it's overwhelming, especially after coming out of a cult. And now I'm like trying to establish myself more into the political discussions. So I appreciate like the feedback and like that I can listen more, because I do need to listen more since this is so new to me. I appreciate the knowledge that Jimmy, you have, like you're just very fluent with your speeches every week and like how you present the information. And Ruby, you're great at just like getting like the awkwardness and like what the right things when this should be said. I don't know. You guys are great. You guys are awesome.
Thank
Organized.
you.
Great.
Appreciate that, Fallen. So I want to respond to Linda real quick. I've always encouraged healthy debates, healthy conversations. One of the things that I've always tried to do is, you know, when I'm talking about a subject, I try to stay on that particular subject. And the only reason why is because of the training from Watchtower. Whenever we were presented with something like a question we didn't know how to answer or whatever, we were taught to pivot and go to another scripture and, you know, then go to another scripture and create this whole circular thing that you're sitting there like, what did I just say? I don't. And it was all in a way to try to brainwash the person we were talking to. And that's one of the tactics that I have found, that when you're having these conversations, some in the XJW community do that. They still do that. They don't want to stay on topic of something and they want to go somewhere else. So that's one thing I've tried to do, is to stay on topic. The other thing is, yeah, you said it. You know, there's a lot of XJWs that don't know how to wash the whole "I've got to be right" thing out of our minds. That is something that you have to learn, you have to practice, and you have to make it part of your everyday life and consciousness. So for me, I have told folks many, many times, I don't care if I'm wrong about something. I'll come back and retract what I said. I've proven that. So I don't have to always be right. I don't look at that way anymore. So I have no problem with being wrong. Sometimes I wish I was wrong about some stuff. So and to Fallen real quick, when she talked about this is so new to me. All this political stuff is new to me. There's a lot of people, and not just XJWs, just everyday folks that are now starting to pay attention to things, and they're like, what the hell is going on? And like Fallen said, there's so much. And that's why folks like me chose to do what I do, is because I've done so much of this research. I can give you shortcuts on where to go to find information. And I try to be a source that you can be like, hey, Jimmy, can you tell me a little bit more about this? Can you point me in the right direction? I'm just trying to, help folks learn stuff. And then they can decide for themselves whether or not they can accept it or believe it. It's up to them. But my final comment is there's a lot of stuff going on, folks. And, last week, we weren't thinking about there was going to be a bombing in Iran. That wasn't on our radar. So things are moving at a very rapid pace right now. And the news cycle is going to be crazy. Try not to exhaust yourself with trying to take in so much, because they are trying to jam up the news to keep us distracted from so many different things. And when
I was so worried about that was coming.
Yeah. So, and remember, I thought about this the other day. I hadn't even made a post about it, but I thought about it this morning. I kind of look at the fear tactic here, and I've told people time and time again, do not live in fear. And so as a XJW, what were we so fearful about?
Armageddon.
So
Isn't that World War III though?
Let's use the same playbook. What is most?
Because I'm not gonna lie, Jimmy. Let me just say this real quick, because you got me thinking now. Recently I saw this live video in Los Angeles, California, of these peaceful protests, they say, and it's about I think the Palestine or whatever. Anyways, it was out in Los Angeles, and it was like GTA 5 stars shit. Like, if you ever play GTA, you see the helicopters and you see all the police officers and shit. Like, that's literally what it looked like. And it looked more like that magazine and the Awake magazine about Gog and Magog, and that courageous music video that they made about being courageous and stuff. And you see all the police officers like surrounding everybody, and then the Armageddon's gonna come. You guys know that video? Remember that video? I don't know if you guys saw that video.
Yeah, I remember it.
But I was like, is this the prophecy that the Jehovah's Witnesses have been talking about this whole time? And next day I woke up, I'm like, what? I need to go back on here. This ain't real.
I understand. So many people are worried about World War III. As like Jehovah's Witnesses are worried about Armageddon. But both scenarios cause you to live in fear. And then when you start consuming propaganda from the media that keeps feeding you, World War III, blah, 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 you're going to believe it. So try not to get so emotionally involved with every freaking news article and any information that comes out. Try to step back and be like, all right, what the hell's going on here? Instead of reacting in fear and anxiety, because they feed off of our fear.
You're right.
So no matter what comes out in the next week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month, think about that, because I'm going to tell you right now, there's going to be a scare event. I told Ruby about this, and she said, well, isn't it? I'm telling you, there is going to be a scare event.
But did we not experience this already? We've experienced it with Trump. We experienced it with this.
I think, but they didn't wake up a mass amount of people. They woke up a lot of people, but there's still people out there that don't know what the hell's going on. They don't understand what's happening.
So, in your
And
opinion, what was the definition of a scare event? In your opinion,
a scare event, to me, it could be several different things. It could be the internet shutting down all over the world. It could be that.
okay, or like
It
a
could be,
blackout.
yeah, a blackout. It could be that. That would scare a lot of people. A scripted missile coming into the United States, meaning something's coming. Oh, it's over the ocean now. It's coming. You know, there could be something like that. The grid going down for a little while.
Even COVID was a scare event.
COVID was yeah, it was a scare event.
That lasted almost 5 years.
Yeah. But I do believe that there's going to be one, and it could be the death of somebody. There's that. I mean, there's several different ways this could play out for a scare event, but there's going to be some, I do believe that there's going to be something that's going to happen that's going to be, everybody's going to be like, what the hell was that? So even when that happens, just stay calm and grab some popcorn.
Yeah.
Ruby, can I say something to Ash before we go?
Yeah.
Yeah. Ash, earlier today in the show, I was like shutting somebody down. No, we're not going to go into that subject of being gay, okay? And then after I did that, you said, I don't mind talking about it, so forgive me, okay? I stamped all over you, and I will try not to do that one again. I'll just
No, you're good.
I was
No, it's
speaking up
okay.
for you, and I should not have, so I'll just have to keep that in mind.
No,
Well,
I was actually flattered.
I actually appreciate Linda saying that, because I really didn't want to go down that road tonight.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So thank you everybody who has joined the stage. We really had an eventful night, Jimmy. A lot of new people. It was spicy. It was a roller coaster. The
It was fun. I enjoyed it.
It really was. I mean, the chat has been on fire for 4 hours straight that we've been on here. I really do appreciate the new people who come on here. I'm starting to notice it's reaching even beyond the Extra W community. The audience is growing. There's different backgrounds of people, you know, even just random people on the internet. And we did have a few bumps in the chat. I was keeping an eye on it and I was deleting comments. But that's okay. I think as long as everybody keeps it respectful, I would be more than happy to entertain that. But what we're not going to do is get argumentative or start a debate or start name calling or just go. We're not going to do that. I don't have time for it. And it's just like, if you don't have anything positive to add to the conversation or any relevance, then just hop off. If you want to have a debate, we will make a debate. We will plan one. If you want to, just email me or something and we'll set it up. But this is not the time to start debating or trying to convince one another of something. No, just state your comment and that's it. You know, like just keep the flow going. But I do appreciate everybody's comments tonight.
And in line with that, Ruby, I'll just say I'm willing to have personal conversations with anybody. So if anybody wants to have a phone call with me and, you know, debate or talk about this or even ask questions, I'm willing to do that. So actually, I'd enjoy that.
And I want to say sorry to Pasta Babe. Like, I don't want you to think like, you know, I wasn't considering what you were saying. I was just like, I can handle it, but like you can't, and I respect that. So I guess, I don't know. Yeah.
No worries. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I'm glad Jimmy said that because I am not willing to do that. So if you do want to do that, definitely reach out to Jimmy because I will not be doing any phone calls. But anyways, thank you to Gigi, thank you to Linda, thank you to Fallen, to Jimmy, Jesse hopped on the stage, Jose, who else? AJ jumped on, Gigi, Gail jumped on, Joseph. That was a lot of people. Wow, I'm excited that this is going well. I think it went well. You know, despite the whole back and forth, I think it went really well, and I loved it. So thank you so much.
I think
Go ahead.
sorry. I think as we move forward, because of everything going on in the news and everything that's happening, I think a lot more people will just start getting interested in what's happening, and they're going to go places and look for this information. Now, whether our show is one of those places that people go to look, that would be awesome. But there's so many places out there that you can go and find what's going on in this world right now.
All right, everybody.
It's crazy.
Yes, have a good night. Thank you, Jimmy, for always being here and giving your perspective, even though sometimes we may disagree with it.
That's all good.
Yeah, because this was a hard one. I'm not gonna lie, this was hard. Like, it really bothered me. So yeah, this was pretty hard.
There's time will tell on a lot of this stuff.
I guess so.
It has to.
Let's see what happens. I don't know. I don't know what I'm still on the fence about Trump. So
that's why, again, everybody go get some popcorn because it's gonna get crazy.
Oh my God.
All right, so we'll find out. If nothing changes by next Tuesday, I'll see what Trump says and does. So far, so good. If there's a change of tune, I might change my opinion, but right now, I don't think so. So
Well, change your opinion on what?
On whether Trump is actually America first, like that he actually cares about us and not Israel. So
Are you going to make my prophecy from June 16th come true?
I don't know, but that's what I'm saying.
We will see. Time will tell.
Yes, I am going to keep everybody like up to tabs with that journey, that mini journey that I had on live, because I was seriously considering switching my party to the Constitution Party, because that's where that's my political home, as I feel in my heart.
Yeah.
But I'm registered Republican right now, so we'll see. I don't know. We will see. I was seriously considering it. Good night, Tony. Good night, Debbie. Good night, Fallen. Good night, John Marciano. Good night, everybody
everyone.
in the chat. Thank you so much. We'll see you here next Tuesday, 9 p.m. Eastern time. See you then. Bye, guys.
Good night, everyone.
Bye, guys.
Trump, yeah, okay, bury him a legend, yeah, Trump, hey, okay, America's biggest blessing, free speech advocate, packing, never lacking it, I just bought another gun and ain't nobody taking it, gang, okay, the White House going crazy now, MAGA season, tell them liberals they can't break us down, it's up, they know we run it, best believe it now, about to paint the city red, please don't burn it down.